This is his own ground. I'm the boss.
Left a bit more closer.
I didn't give it over yet.
No, 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 no.
You
Net
left
my
a bit
hierdie
more
papier
closer.
Middle. Middle. Point, move. Point.
Larson, Markram, all unavailable tonight, and coming in in their places we have the very exciting debut of Leandre Pretorius, the SA Under 19 trailblazer at the top of the innings. We have Josh van Heerden, and we have Neil Brunt, who we last saw in action captaining the Proteas in Test cricket.
Absolutely, just two changes for the line. We'll give it to you after this first ball from Lizard Williams to Van der Dussen. That's a cork-over delivery. We saw a brilliant first delivery in the game between Auto Investments, Northwest Dragons and the AET Tuskers, Ken, where the Tuskers lost their first wicket with the very first delivery. It was Cohen Mungo, but this one, nothing to sniff at. The two changes for the DP World Lions, that of Kagiso Rabada and Quinema Parker, who replaced Lutus Pamela and Ngaba Peter. So from the caller drive end, it's Lizard Williams. One slip in place. Trying to walk across the stumps there, Rassie van der Dussen, and cover up any angle that Lizard Williams may be looking for, who had a fantastic SA 20 Ken in colours that aren't too dissimilar to the Lions.
Yeah, Lizard Williams, he's a wicket taker. He was one of the leading wicket takers in SA 20, and he straight away found a line in the length where he's got a bit of bounce and a bit of shape away from the right-hander.
Short and pulled onto the onside. There's a bit of protection out there, but it'll dawdle away for the first runs of the evening. Titans deciding that they'll have a bowl this evening, maybe fancying their chances under lights, although the Rocks didn't quite get it right in the last game, Ken, at this exact venue where the Lions got the tournament underway.
Yeah, but you know, the stats are quite clear that out of 21 day-night matches in this competition here at the Wanderers, 16 have been won by the side batting second. It was just a really good performance by the DP World Lions on that night, batting first, putting up 220 odd, and they'll want to do that again. Chatting to Alan Donald to preview this game, he expects it to be a real humdinger, to be a run fest, he said.
A deep square out on the leg side, as well as a deep point, so maybe a bit of short stuff incoming here to Rickleton as he faces first. And gets behind that nicely. Good energy here from the Momentum Multiply Titans. And you spoke about Leandre Pretorius. You can just see him briefly at the bottom of your screen there, as he gets his opportunity to play for the Sky Blues. He had a phenomenal World Cup for the under-19 side, keeping this evening as well, so double the pressure for him. And if he can get going this evening, wow, he could be something phenomenal.
It's going to be a big test for the young man, a Yixke derby at the Bullring against a really high quality Lions side.
Oh, that looked uncomfortable. Didn't quite know what to do with that to Rickleton. It looked like an ugly length. And you mentioned that length from Lizard Williams and his ability to extract something out of the surface. Not that much greenery on it, but when you have these day-night games here, you can always count on something offering the seam bowlers here. Although the one was taking a little bit more spin in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been an interesting pitch that it's not just one thing all the time. It kind of changes nature through the season. Lizard Williams is also skiddy, So that brings another factor of awkwardness into play for the batsman.
Tries to beat the man at a gully, really, not so much a backward point. But that brings to the end the first over. It's one without loss after one.
It's a very good first over by Lazard Williams. I can't think of a single loose delivery in that over. He did try a good short ball as well, which Rassie van der Dussen hooked, but it wasn't the most convincing of hook shots. So Titans and Lazard Williams will be delighted with that start.
Lazard Williams picking up a wicket or two wickets in that game against the Rocks away, in which they cleaned up and won. And then against the Warriors earlier in the week, he only picked up one and was fairly expensive for his own margins, I guess, 1 for 22 and 4, but not able to get away with a win in that instance. The young Khalim is also somebody who's done well. He got 1 for 20 in the last game, and he'll want to make sure that he makes an impact on this game.
He's a swing bowler, Dayan Khalim, so he's probably going to pitch it up a bit more than Lazard Williams. Look if he can get some swing. And unsurprisingly, there's a slip going up in place. Short third man, short fine leg. So the boundary fielders are at a deep backward point and a deep square leg.
First ball now to Van der Dussen. Not as pitched up as perhaps maybe we would have liked, but a good ball nevertheless. And it's going to be important here, Ken, for these two to get off to a good start. They didn't quite have the same form as they had for my Cape Town in that game earlier in the week, and so they'll want to kind of put that one behind them. An away loss is always something that you want to put behind quickly, especially with the tight turnaround between games.
They started the campaign very well though.
Popped up in the end, agonizingly falling short of the man coming in off the ring. Just an awkward length there for Van der Dussen to deal with.
Yeah, the leading edge, perhaps it just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Not coming on as well as Rassie van der Dussen would have expected. See from the replay here.
Yeah, just trying to tuck that onto the onside, and it fell short of Neil Brunt. Comes across, he scooped it. What a stroke! One bounce, and that'll go for four. It's the first boundary, and Ken, flamboyance is the word you'd like to use.
Well, just very, very clever by Rassie van der Dussen, vastly experienced. Dayan Khalim is by no means express pace, so plenty of time. He kind of second guessed that he'd be bowling that line, and beautifully executed by Rassie van der Dussen. These two, of course, such a well-established opening pair. They may have missed out in Durban, but the two previous games against the Rocks and against the Dragons, they put on 76 in both innings for the first wicket. Lions winning both those games, and in both those games getting very good starts from this wonderful pair of Proteas batters.
Third versus fourth on the table this evening, and both these sides, as I said, have done so well in white ball competitions, especially, I mean, for the Titans last year being victorious. They seem to always find a way to lift the trophy in the end. We try to give himself room on the leg side. Khalim looking to chase him there, and that'll be the first extra of the evening.
There was just a little twitch from Rassie, wasn't there, as the bowler was delivering, which kind of got into Khalim's head a bit there, and he speared it down the leg side.
Rickleton, 119 runs in the competition thus far. Third on the run getters total tally. That's good. Just get to the other end. You don't always have to be flamboyant with the shot, but that's the incredible experience, as you mentioned, of Rassie van der Dussen. Rickleton getting 34 against the Dragons, and obviously starting with that 75 against the Rocks, but it didn't quite get the runs in that game against the Dolphins early in the week. It was Temba Bavuma who got the 53.
75 of just 39 balls by Rickleton in that match against the Rocks. That was their last game here at the Wanderers, so Rickleton will have fond memories of that knock. Batted absolutely beautifully. Yet to get off the mark this evening, but has faced his third 3 balls.
Cut away! There's a man down there, so they'll just get 1 for it. Looked very beautiful though.
Nice to watch when he's in full flight, Ryan Rickleton.
It's always beautiful when you do see left-handers play those types of square shots. But they knew exactly what they wanted, did the Momentum Multiplier Titans. Junior Dala out there at deep square leg now for the right-hander. Still offering something for the slip, perhaps. Works this way to that square leg region. Dala's going to whip round and they'll come back for 2 comfortably in the end. So a decent over there, 9 from it, and after 2 it is 10 without loss.
Very skillful last shot of the over there by Rassie van der Dussen. Not a bad ball at all, just outside off stump, but he managed to get across, work it from outside that off stump through the big gap in mid wicket. Very well placed to get for 2. So Van der Dussen's already at a running ball, 8 off 8. Rickleton 1 off 4 deliveries.
And that's the thing with these two. Either of them can really put their foot down early in the game and put a side under pressure. But with the Titans having no Lungingidi because of his injury, if he wasn't at the IPL, you'd love to have him here. But it might be a while until he gets back in. The Lions also likewise missing a fast bowler, but their fast bowling stocks seem to be almost bottomless at the moment, with only Kagiso Rabada being extracted from the squad for the IPL.
And he's playing tonight, of course, so this will be his last game before leaving. We really look forward to seeing him in Mapaka later tonight.
Oh, just wafts at that one. He knows he should have done a little bit better, did Ryan Rickleton. Just take guard again, just center your mind. Credit to Lazard Williams, a great delivery.
He's started really well, Lazard Williams. Bowled 7 balls and just conceded 1 run. He's very important to this Titans attack, especially in the power play. Junior Dala generally bowls more in the middle overs.
It's gone up in the air. There's a man going towards it. There's 2 men, but it's just going to go over the head of Tabrei Shamsi, and they'll get back for 2. An unconvincing shot there. But between Makanya and Shamsi, who is running back, nobody able to get there in the end, so it falls safely for Rickleton. A stern conversation mid-pitch.
It just cleared Tabrei Shamsi. He didn't seem to know where it was. It's always difficult running back, and I'm sure the Titans maybe wish that the 2 fielders had been swapped there. If Makanya had been running back, he's a fantastic fielder. The ball actually dropped, landed on the turf, definitely in reach of Tabrei Shamsi if he had been able to pick it up earlier.
Pulled onto the onside, all the way, bang, it's 6. Just a long hop, really, a gentle delivery for Rickleton, and in the form that he's in, he's not going to miss out.
Yeah, the short-arm power jab from Ryan Rickleton. Wonderful shot. He's just so quickly onto anything remotely short. I mean, that wasn't that short. But quick hands and quick feet.
It's also a trust of the carry, knowing the facilities here at the DP World Wanderers, knowing that it would set up the way that it did. And they're just asking for maybe a new ball after it landed on the embankments, rather towel. So I don't think Pangiso will get it just yet, but Rickleton already causing problems for the opposition bowlers.
Bit sweaty out there, maybe. It's a nice warm evening in Johannesburg. In a hot day.
It's been a hot week. I think we've been inundated with hot weather. Scattered thunder showers throughout the week, but this pitch has enjoyed many hours of sunshine. On that one's wide, and he chases after that, and it looks like it'll be a wide, so very wide in fact, and a good take by Pretorius there to get across, making the youngster work, Ken.
And he's not just a youngster, he's a schoolboy, in fact. He's astonishing to think that he's in his matric year only now. Really a big lad, built like a loose forward or a lock. And just hits the ball with incredible power. Imagine what he's going to be like when he fills out a bit.
If he falls out, goodness. He's a strong young lad. The Lions, as I mentioned earlier, also missing out with Sander Magala, just not back from injury yet. This one's carved away through the covers. That's a glorious stroke. Couple of bounces, it's 4. Another one from Rickleton, and he's now caught up to his teammates and gone beyond.
Well, the Titans packed the cover field, and Ryan Rickleton just says, that's fine, no sweat. I'll just go straight over them. Beautifully played. To be fair, it was a bit of a wide half volley from Lazard Williams. So it got the treatment it deserved.
And it's become a very expensive over here from Williams. And the umpire at square leg says that's one for the over. So good take again by young Pretorius. And a gold dust dot.
Well, it was a good response from Williams. Bent his back a bit there. Got the fast bouncers zipping through. Rickleton's always going to go for it.
Change in the field. The deep point has come into the ring. And a deepish mid-wicket out on the boundary, as well as a deep square. And everybody just moves around. Fine leg and third man in the ring. This was an indication of where white ball cricket has changed. Traditionally, you'd probably have third man and fine leg out early in the game. And that's exactly why they've got that man in the ring. So, a good way to end the over after a bit of a calamitous middle period. 2 dots to end it. It's the end of 3, and it's 23 without loss.
So 3 overs left in the power play. Williams taking a bit of stick in that over. And you probably want him to save 2 overs for later in the innings. Not sure if Khalim will get another over. It's likely that they're going to turn to Junior Dala, the fast man, the wicket taker, see if he can break this opening partnership, which has reached 23 now.
Yeah, Junior Dala in CSA T20 cricket. He's been around for a while and got 68 wickets to his name at an average of 23.27, and his best coming against the Rocks last year with 3/420. Interestingly enough, Junior Dala never selected for outdoor provincial sides, only ever selected for indoor, and then selected later in his career. Never got age group cricket. Oh, got him! Just a leading edge, a simple chip to Junior Dala, and that's the end of Rassie van der Dussen. He's gone for 8, and it's 23 for 1.
Well, it threatened to happen in the previous over from the golf course end, bowled by Dayan Khalim. Looks like there might be a little spot from this end, back of a length, where it just comes through a bit slower. Maybe it's a bit of tennis ball bounce, sticks in the pitch a bit. But again, Rassie van der Dussen just too early on the shot. And Junior Dala made the return catch look very easy, although it did come back quite quickly at him.
Good catch. Always difficult when you're in your follow through there. Reza Hendricks strides to the wicket, and somebody who's also done very well in white ball cricket, and particularly in T20 cricket. But just having a look at his stats in CSA T20, making his debut in 2008-2009. This is his 100th CSA T20 challenge game, his best of 102, coming against the Dolphins in Poch in 17-18. And a youngster, Ruben Herman, getting 100 in the other game this evening. Did you know that Junior Dollar never got selected at age group cricket outdoor? At school level?
Well, I knew at school level.
Yes.
He was a bit of a could say a late developer, or someone who was only discovered late. I think maybe the action scared a few people, but I think it was the Lions who first gave him a try.
Just defended off square on the offside, just for the one. Loves his indoor cricket. Still plays.
He must be quite scary off a short run-up, I imagine.
I've seen Dale Steyn play indoor cricket. Let that be an indication to you.
And, just to give Dala a bit of credit for the wicket of Van der Dussen, I think he did also manage to get the ball to straighten a bit on Rassie Van der Dussen watching the replays. But there's that man, Reza Hendricks, playing his 100th game in this competition. What a stalwart he's been for the Lions. And in the last couple of years has really stamped his mark on international T20 as well.
In the air, there's a desperate dive there in the covers. Races through the hands, and that'll go for just hit on the up by Rickleton. And all that Corbin Bosch can do is go retrieve at the cover boundary. So 5 from the over and the wicket. On the top of the bounce. Despairing dive from Makanya at short cover.
Just a lovely freedom about the way Ryan Rickleton played that shot, not worrying too much about the length, just trusting his hands, picking his gap. Shot of a man with a lot of confidence at the moment.
And I think freedom as well. You know, there's confidence, but then there's also a backing from the team to play a game that feels natural to you. Lovely delivery there, just forcing him to chase after that. Not real footwork there from Rickleton.
Well, I think the width was on offer there from the bowler. Rickleton playing the right shot, but just not executing perfectly. Fortunately, he executed it badly enough to not get the edge.
Too good from the bowler.
Look how deep he's standing in his crease, Ryan Rickleton.
Slashed away. Square on the offside. They want to, but they're not going to get it. Just the one there as Williams does the fielding. He even goes deeper into his crease in his trigger movement. So it's just fascinating to see that he wants to give himself as much time. You'll just see it as Dala runs in here. Just steps further into his crease.
So the front foot is actually on the popping crease there, which is unusual. Normally it's the front foot's outside, and as long as you keep your back foot behind the line, you can't be stumped.
Oh, just getting out of the way of that one. Reza Hendricks just looks at the square leg umpire, and that's the end of the fourth. It is 29 for 1. Rickleton on 18 from 13. Reza Hendricks just joined him at the wicket, 1 from 2. It was a snorter of a bouncer, that one.
Certainly is some bounce and carry in this pitch. A little bit tennis bally at the moment.
Change of bowling from the caller drive end. It's Corbin Bosch. He's not to be confused with Ethan Bosch. Lots of brothers in domestic cricket in South Africa. He's got 9 wickets at an average of 45, so a little bit expensive. Average is about 8.5 runs to the over. His best is 2 for 36 against the Warriors 2 seasons ago at St. George's Babeja. So this could be an opportunity for the Lions with just 2 overs left in the power play for them to capitalize. It's a dot ball to start, so valuable for the right arm seamer.
Yeah, 12 balls to go, and generally I would think in what look reasonable batting conditions, teams want to get above 40 in the power play. They want to nudge up towards that 50 mark. So 11 balls left now. The Lions will certainly want to try and get 15 runs minimum and try and get towards 20 or more if they can.
Just picks this up off his front knee. Chips it over the inner ring. There's a chase down there in the deep, but I think it might be in vain. Oh, great bit of fielding. I was not kind to Junior Dalla at all. Fantastic bit of fielding to cut that one off, and they come back for 3.
He came like a rocket around that boundary, even though he's just bowled and over. Wonderful athlete, of course, Junior Dalla, but he'll be pretty chuffed with that one, even by his high standards.
I thought once it had gone over the head there of Josh van Heerden, that was a sure boundary. This outfield is so quick, but Junior Dalla is quicker. Driven on the up, just over the man at mid-off. And there's the boundary. Despairing dive from Aaron Pangiso. And a lovely way to get into the boundary count for Riza Hendricks.
Well, the veteran Aaron Pandisa struggled to get off the ground there a bit. Didn't get a lot of hang time, I'm afraid. Heart in the mouth time for Riza Hendricks. Slower ball for Corbin Bosch. Just rolled the fingers around it. Bit of a cutter.
Talking about
nearly paid off.
Yeah, talking about the experience of Pangiso, his debut coming in 2005, 125th game. And that was very wide. Umpire Dennis Smith signaling as much, even though Riza Hendricks has tried to give himself room on the leg side to hit it through the offside. It's still outside the reach.
So Aaron Pangiso has played all but one season of domestic T20. Domestic T20 was first introduced in 2004-05.
Yes, yeah, so 1 year before his debut.
Era, so a real stalwart of domestic cricket, Aaron Pangiso.
It's a lovely delivery. Absolute corker there from Corbin Bosch. And a good reply to that wide that he bowled a little bit earlier. Just coming back to Aaron Pangiso. He played in a time where the Eagles were winning tournaments.
Yeah, they were the dominant team. At the start
Diamond
of
Eagles,
the franchise
competition.
era.
Morne van Wyk, I think, was it?
Yeah,
at that time. Vaughan van Jaarsveld, if my memory serves. No, he was at the Titans.
No, he was a Lions boy.
I'm thinking Martin. Forgive me, Martin. Pulled away onto the onside. There's some coverage out there, so let's just get the one. I was thinking of Martin van Jaarsveld. Forgive me, who was a Titans man. Yeah. But it was Morne van Wyk at the
absolutely
at Diamond Eagle. Lutz Bosman.
Lutz, yeah. Yeah, and then the Titans kind of took over the mantle of the dominant team. The Lions probably took over then. We had a bit of a Western Province run. We mustn't forget our friends in the Cape. Had a good run for a while. The Lions were the dominant team for a while.
Top edge over the keeper, falling safely. And there's a chase on here. Does pick it up in the end, Josh van Heerden, who will be Luandre Pretorius's partner this evening and coming into the side. But it is the end of the 5th over, and it's 40 for 1. So there's the 40 you were looking for, Ken. Happy, or would you like another 10 from the next over?
Oh, well, I think 40 is the minimum you want during the power play. So, with Ryan Ricketts well set, Riza Hendricks, he's faced 5 deliveries now, so the Lions will certainly aiming for a double figure over here to take advantage of the last over of the power play.
Just that one wicket falling, that of Rassie van der Dussen, just leading edge to Junior Dalla, caught and bowled after the Titans won the toss and decided to have a bowl. And to your point earlier, Ken, out of the 20 games here, 16 having been won by the team batting second here, which is stark contrast to the day games where if you bat first you're good. This is a lovely stroke over the top of mid-off that'll bounce a couple of times and trickle into the boundary, and a great way to start the over from Riza Hendricks. Lovely.
Looks like he's getting underway, Riza Hendricks. Straight away the intent to really take advantage of this last power play over. Very obvious.
It's the form that Riza Hendricks is in shows, because there was a time where he really struggled with that in-swinging delivery between bat and pad, getting bowled often. So credit to him and credit to Junior Dalla for an absolute hooter of a delivery. DP World Wanderers, the home of the Lions, who have managed another trophy this year, Ken, with the Colts. So collecting the silverware. Thought about a single there, not an option though. These Gauteng sides, both central and north, they seem to always find a way in the white ball stuff, more so than I think any other team. I think of, you know, the Titans on the run that they've been in the last 10 or so years in both One Day Cup and CSA T20.
Yeah, I think it's probably across formats. I mean, they're always pretty competitive in the 4-day competition as well.
Yes.
Lions winning it this season.
Oh, lovely delivery here. This is gold dust for Junior Dala. Just the 4 from that slightly over-pitched delivery up front. And then the dots really putting the Lions under a little bit of pressure. And you almost smell sometimes, Ken, as we just watch this one again, that when there's a couple of dots, you sense something might happen.
Well, I think for the bowlers, there is something happening every now and then off the surface here. There's a bit here. There's a bit in it for them. It's not an absolute road for the batters this evening.
That's what everybody wants. I think you don't want a one-sided contest where, you know, huge scores are playing against each other. We did see quite a large score earlier today in that game between the Dragons and the Tuskers. Over 200 from the Dragons. The last time the Lions played here, picking up their biggest score in CSA T20 with that game in which they managed 2-2-3 for 5 against the Rocks. Just what started with, I believe, 11 extras in that first over of Haraldus. Just sets off the momentum as they set off here for the single to the man at point. Zard Williams with the fielding there. And that's the end of 6. The end of the power play. It's 46 for 1.
I think the Lions will be the happier of the two sides, losing just the 1 wicket. Decent run rate achieved, 7.7. Rickleton is looking well set on 24 not out. Hendricks on 11 not out. They, of course, the last time they batted here at the Wanderers, they set a new benchmark for the highest domestic T20 score here. As you said, David, 223 for 5 that occasion.
At the top of the broadcast, I mentioned how tight these games have been between these two sides, and just to give you an indication of the 31 games played in CSA T20 Challenge, 16 have been won by the Titans and just 15 from the Lions. So never have they been interrupted by the weather that a no result was to occur. Change of bowling from the call at drive end. It's the senior statesman, Aaron Pangiso. His left arm orthodox coming around the wicket. Just an outside edge. They set off and Rickleton is run out. That is a senseless bit of running. Loud shouts of no, no, no. And a quick throw there from Corbin Bosch means that the informed Rickleton's gone. What happened there?
Crazy by Ryan Rickleton. I don't know if he thought it had beaten the short third man. It was a well-struck shot. But on the bounce to Corbin Bosch, got there very quickly. And I think Reza Hendricks quite within his rights to send Rickleton back. He would never have made it, Reza Hendricks, no doubt about that.
So that's the end of Rickleton. He's gone for 24 from 17. And 2 strange dismissals here from the DP World Lions. Just slashed at this one, did Rickleton, on the bounce to Bosch. And Rickleton wasn't even anywhere near.
Yeah, there certainly wasn't a run on there. 46 for 2 now. The Lions and Timber Bavuma, who is top of the averages at the moment.
Yeah, coming off of that 53 not out in the last game of 40 deliveries. So finding some form for himself. I think the Lions will want to continue with that form for him. When he does get going, he can be very destructive, but never underestimate the wizardry and experience of Pangiso, who spent a large part of his career here at the Wanderers. Full knowledge of what's required to bowl on the high felt here as an orthodox spinner.
Tough place for a spinner, the Wanderers, as SuperSport Park can be as well.
The shout of two, they're going to scamper through. These two are far too quick to be bothered by that lovely running from the two, and that gets Bavuma off the mark.
Good bangs, good bangy.
Yeah, it's quite a long boundary out there, and Longon had a long way to come in for the well-placed shot by Temba Bavuma.
Whoa. Good bangs, good bangs.
Looking at the differences between the two, the man bowling and the man keeping now on your screen. So many years difference, and so much that they could learn from one another. Just worked away onto the onside for the single, but you would have loved to just be in a fly on the wall between these two, Pangiso and Pretorius.
Could be a father and son's match, such as the
age gap is, yeah.
But wonderful to see that, you know, in a way for me it shows that the system is healthy when we've got the very experienced guys still playing, giving back to the game, and then of course also the really bright young talents coming through as well. And that is the end of the 7th over, 50 for 2 for the Lions, having been sent into bat by the Titans. And just some information for cricket fans in KwaZulu-Natal for this weekend, for Sunday. Some information on Fan Appreciation Day, Sunday the 17th of March, Hollywood Bets, Kingsmead Stadium. Want to thank all fans for their incredible support this year with an exciting Fan Appreciation Day. Tickets are just 10 Rand for everyone, and there are loads of prizes, from holiday vouchers to hampers to merchandise up for grabs for just being at the stadium. It's also a double header with the Hollywood Bets Dolphins ladies versus Southwestern Districts ladies, and the Hollywood Bets Dolphins men versus the Northwest Dragons men. And a very good evening to Hussein Manak.
Good evening to you, Ken, and to all our viewers as well.
Zard Williams is back. Leading edge again, straight to backward point. The second leading edge dismissal we've had in this innings, and the Lions are reeling, 50 for 3.
Ken, you mentioned it earlier, and I just overheard you once or twice. You mentioned that it's not the easiest of pitches, and I've seen that. I mean, the bounce there was steep. That's not the first time we've seen a leading edge with a ball hitting the bat high up on the bat. But you could see the batters are not finding it easy. It's not coming off the middle of the bat. Have a look at this. Hendricks trying to control this, getting on top of the ball. The ball just looks like it's holding a little bit and may even getting a little bit big on him. So there's some steep bounce there this evening.
Yeah, that was definitely bounce that undid Reza Hendricks, and maybe just sticking a bit in the surface, as you say, as well, a bit early on the shot. But the Lions have really falling apart a little bit here after a bright partnership between Brian Rickleton and Reza Hendricks. From 46 for 1, they are now 50 for 3. And the Titans, the Lions, you would say, were the happier side at the end of the power play. They dominated that, 46 for 1. But suddenly the Titans will be the happier side.
Yeah, I agree with you. 46 for 1 is not too bad in the power play, but you just got to, you don't want to lose wickets after that, and they've lost wickets straight away. In the next over, they've lost 2. So, yeah, not the greatest of middle phases. Let's put it that way.
Again, trying to play the ball on the leg side when it is straightened a bit from.
And again, you can see where it's hit Mulder. He's rubbing his midriff, isn't it? So it's hit him above his thigh pad. So there's steep bounce off here. The Quicks will enjoy this, and I think the Lions Quicks will also be eyeing this up and having a look at it and working out the type of lengths they probably want to be bowling here.
We saw in the Rocks game that the Rocks play 2 frontline spinners, and the Titans have done the same really with both Tabay Shamsi and Aaron Pandiso. Again, that steep bounce.
Yes, that's hit him high on the bat, isn't it?
Mood is uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's hit him high. The advantage, though, I mean, compared to the Rocks, Ken, and you make a good point, but compared to the Rocks, if you look at the Titans lineup, they've got 8 bowlers, of which they've got 2 spinners, but they've got a number of seamers they can turn to.
Yeah, Neil Brunt is playing as well, of course. That's another very good, useful spin bowler. That really jumped up steeply, didn't it?
That's climbed up on him.
Full of that time. Bit of hesitation in the running. Oh, the throw. I think he would have been out with a direct hit.
Oh, that was a tight run. You can see they feel that it may have been out. Brunt genuinely thinks that had it been a direct hit, he may have had a chance. Let's have a look.
It's more than he expected off the pitch. Like way over the stumps.
That's what he's indicating, certainly. Yeah. Bavuma's quite quick, so you got to wake up quite early to run him out.
Yeah.
But that must have been close, though.
Some bit of hesitation in the running there. Leon Lord had pretty much pushed it into the covers and ran, which can be risky. Lazard Williams is moving fine leg, finer. Lazard Williams, he just had the one over where he took a little bit of tap, but otherwise he's been very good this evening.
Yeah, you do expect batters to come after you in the power play, and your margin for error generally is very small, especially at the Wonders with a quick outfield, good value for your shots. A pitch tends to come onto the ball tends to come onto the bat quite nicely generally, but tonight we're seeing a little bit of steep bounce and maybe a little bit of tackiness in the surface. Whether it flattens out or not, I don't know. Generally in T20 games, we don't see the pitch changing in character too much.
That's nicely put away by Timber Bavuma. Deep backward point has a lot of work to do, but he does it very well. Junior Dollar out there on the boundary. There's a half moon, if you like, of boundary field. It's the only men on the boundary. Fine leg third man, Dollar at a deep backward point again. Doing very well on the boundary there.
Yeah, that's a wonderful bit of feeling, but also the running was brilliant from Bavuma, coming back for a very quick second. So 53 for 3. Lions will just have to consolidate for maybe a few overs just to get a partnership going. You certainly don't want to lose another 1 or 2 wickets now. It's the last thing they need. 2 new batters at the crease, exactly what the fielding team would want.
8 overs gone, so 12 overs remaining. What are your early thoughts of a competitive total?
Phew, at the moment it's difficult to tell. I mean, initially we saw the Lions in the previous games against the Rocks. They notched up. What did they end up with? 220 something?
Yeah, 223.
Yeah, I don't look like that's very likely.
Is this going to be 2 again? No, they've jogged the first one, so happy for just the one. Timber Bavuma, you've got to be a brave man to take on Junior Dollar's arm, like Bavuma did in the previous over, but he is so quick between the wickets. As Pangiso with a deep square leg and a cow corner and a long on in place. Oh, another leading edge! Oh my goodness! Can you believe it? A 3rd wicket for the leading edge.
That's a really soft dismissal by Bavuma. He's trying to work this, and you can see what Pangiso is doing here. He's left nobody in the ring on the leg side. All the fielders are on the boundary, apart from the short fine leg. And really what Bavuma was trying to do is knock it against the spin into the leg side, maybe for a couple, hoping to come back for quick 2. And it's got a leading edge. And again, I think looks like the ball either turned or may just have stopped a little bit in the surface. And another leading edge. So, can't say well bowled. Bavuma maybe a little bit early on that shot.
Yeah, it would be interesting. We're behind the action when they're bowling it from the ballers drive in. Wonder if maybe there was a bit of grip and turn there. But as usual, Aaron Pandiso, a very crafty campaigner, as Mitchell van Buren comes to the crease.
So that's the scorecard, Ken. Rickleton 24, he was run out. And then Riza Hendricks 12. Those are the two in double figures. Doesn't look like scorecard that the Lions will want to be stuck with for too long. I want to try and see a few more double figures in that lower middle order. And they certainly do have some batting still to come. So they'll still be backing themselves to score a few more.
Yeah, the problem for the Lions is that we're heading towards halfway in the innings, and 4 wickets down. You touched on it, you're saying there's a kind of need for consolidation, but you also want to stay aggressive.
But you don't have time.
Yeah, you need to watch that run rate. It's 6.6 at the moment.
I mean, I just want to also maybe clarify the comment I made earlier about the T20. In a T20 match, the pitch doesn't change too much, and I think the pitch itself is not going to change too much. But where you may find in a day-night game, you may find a little bit of dew on the surface as the sun sets, and if that dew comes over the top of the surface, you could find the ball skidding onto the surface, which is why teams enjoy batting second.
Yes, as a very good Aaron Pundy. So over comes to an end, just 2 runs and a wicket off. It's 55 for 4 after 9 overs. And I just want to apologise for making an absolute big here of the stats in terms of teams batting second. Look, it is true that batting second in the day-night game would seem to be the way to go. So 20 teams have won batting second at the Wanderers, compared to 23 batting first. But 16 of those 20 wins batting second has been in day-night games, if that now makes sense. So there's definitely a bit of an advantage to batting second.
It's definitely an advantage.
And I mean, dew would maybe be it.
Dew may be a factor. Definitely, I think dew ball skids onto the bat. But if the pitch is tacky to start with, and there's a little bit of softness or sponginess about it, then that may not change. But we'll see how it plays out. But it's important now, I think, for the Lions to try and put respectable totals, something they can defend at least.
Corbin Bosch back again,
and again you can see how high that's hit him on the bat.
Yeah, so still 4 men out on the boundary, but the fielders in the ring are tight. They're getting in quickly. They don't want to give the Lions easy singles at this phase of the innings.
Yeah, and it's good captaincy here because they are allowed 5 out, but they're keeping 5 in, and just that one extra man in the circle puts some pressure.
Yeah, that's a nice punch by Mitchell van Buren. As Bosch is now going to send mid-wicket out to Cow Corner. Vian Mulder very strong on the pull. Could be the reason.
Also, he's faced 7 balls, so he's had a little bit of a look. Bosch, nice, tall, lanky. It doesn't look easy, Ken. So this may not be the high-scoring encounter we witnessed last week Friday. Maybe a slightly lower. Maybe we're looking at par score 150. I mean, and that's the other thing is that top order batters. It's so important. One of the responsibilities is when you come in, you almost have to do an assessment of the pitch conditions. Have a look, because you may come out thinking, and the pitch may look like a 200, 220 pitch, but once you face a few balls, you may go like, listen, we're aiming too high here. Let's just pull it back a bit. Bit
ill-directed by Bosch. It's going to be leg bars. Coming back for the second. Yeah, well run by Abongile Suduma. Is he going to signal? I thought it was off the body, but must have been a little scratch of bat on there.
Yeah, the other thing the Titans don't want to do is they don't want to be complacent, because you still don't know what the pitch is worth. They may be thinking, okay, listen, we got them in trouble. Maybe we bowl them out under 150, but they could come out to bat and it could be just as difficult or maybe more difficult, because remember, the Lions also have a more than decent bowling lineup. But at the moment, the Titans certainly on top. 58 for 4 are the Lions. 2 new batters at the crease. Van Mulder, 4 of 10 deliveries. Van Buren, just 2 of 3.
Certainly from this golf course end, bowling a little bit back of a length, hitting the deck seems to be a good way to go. Right length, wrong direction from Bosch. But so true what you said earlier, Hussein, about assessing conditions. I just wondered how many T20 games have been lost. Most coaches will tell you that the power play is the most important phase of the game, and if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, I know Rob Walters always, he's got a stat at hand about that. But you lose 80% of
80%,
games.
yeah, I remember
3
that.
wickets in the power play. That'll be 1, possibly 2. They might think the second. Yes. Oh, it's going to be more. It's a misfield. Oh my. Tabay Shamsi down at third man. That turns a very tidy over from Paul Bosch. That was going to cost us 5 into an expensive one that costs 9.
Yeah, that's naughty there from Shamsi, because that was just going to be a couple. Let's see what actually happened here. It's almost like he flicked it sideways to the boundary. Anyway,
in his defence, it looked like it took maybe a little bit of
a bounce, awkward bounce.
Yeah, we'll give him.
Anyway,
The Humi YouTubers say the ball misbehaved a little, but yeah, just the dangers of going too hard up front. And as you rightly say, the Titans will also have to assess when they begin their chase. So we're at the halfway mark, 63 for 4. 150 looks a very good score at the moment. That's beating short fine leg.
that's good running. Very good running. Coming back for the third there by Mulder.
Excellent running. Van Mulder was really hustling. You could see he wanted to come back to the danger end.
And this is what they may have to do for the next few overs, Ken. I think they might just have to try and scurry and try and see if they can run really well between the wickets. Good aggressive, positive intensity and running between the wickets, and try and accumulate many runs as they possibly can, and take it a little deeper than they normally would. I mean, normally if you've got a good start, got off to a solid start, 2 wickets down, something like that, you could start the charge a little earlier, but they may just have to take it a little deeper today before starting the charge.
Just some minor alterations to the cow corner fielder.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about Van Mulder is that he's shown in the SA20 that he can do both jobs. He can be the guy to kind of restore things here, not take too many risks, and he can also finish well at the back end. Just the one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Vian's got that ability, technically sound. So I think what I like about Vian is, his game is based off a nice, solid technical base. So from there, you're quite versatile. You can play with the new ball, with the spinning ball. Like he's a good all-round, very versatile player, I find, as a batter particularly.
Bit flatter from Mangisa, and Van Buren has pounced on it. Does he have enough? Yes, he does. Into the advertising boards for a much needed 6 for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, he certainly jumped on this because it was dragged down just a touch, enough for Van Buren to rock back and get nice and low to get enough elevation. Because he didn't try and keep this down. He knows there's 2 men back, and he's deliberately gone over the top. Have a look at this. He's got low, and that back knee bends under the ball nicely. So Pangiso just dragging that one down ever so slightly and getting punished.
Normal service has been resumed now with 2 good deliveries from Pangiso to end the over. It's 73 for 4 after 11 overs. Very well played stroke by Mitchell Van Buren again. Much needed 6 for the Lions. That'll help this partnership along. It's worth 19 already. Still to come, Delano Potgieter. We know he can get cracking. But there's a member of the Titans attack we haven't seen so far yet. And there he is. Tabay Shamsi, arguably the danger man. He's been in good form again so far in this campaign.
Yeah, interesting to see how he goes here, Shamsi. So we look at his field as well. I've got deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on the leg side. Those are the 3 men out.
Starts too short. And back deep backward square. Can't get there. Not a great start by Shamsi. Well put away. Fabian Mulder.
Yeah, drag down and also that ball turned. So leg side-ish. And Mulder again very quick on this one. As was Van Buren in the previous over. So I just wonder, on a pitch like this, I just find that, yes, Pangiso's bowled really well and he's bowled some good areas, but perhaps maybe the quicks could be more effective. You may want to go with them a little longer. Captain may be thinking.
Short again. But not as well hit this time, and this time deep backward square. Can cut it off, just a single. Yeah, I alluded to it earlier that 3 spinners on this pitch may be a bit much. Although Shamsi is having a very good season, I promise, despite those first 2 balls, he's taken 7 wickets in 3 matches.
I mean, they've also got Williams, Dala, and Khalim, so they've got enough bowling options there to go to.
Yeah, so after this there'll be 8 overs left. You've got Bosch has got 2 left, Dala's got 2 left, Williams has got 1 left, so that's 5. Khalim has got 3 left. I don't think he'll bowl all 3 of those. So yeah, give Shamsi 2 or 3 overs. Not a bad idea. He's just dropping too short though at the moment, and that's going to be another 4 runs.
And this is what I'd be thinking about now as a captain. I'll be going like, look here, I think the quicks were really difficult. When they hit good lines and lengths, it's hitting high on the bat. It's very difficult for the batters to try and score those deliveries. With the spinners, if they just get it marginally wrong, you can see Pangiso disappeared in the previous over. Shamo's disappeared here twice. In fact, almost 3 times, because the one hit was hit straight to the fielder. But with the quicks, it just feels like it's a little more difficult to score.
You always want to do what the opposition least wants you to do. One does feel that perhaps the Lions batters are more comfortable against the spin.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
Diane Khalim, in the one over he bowled, he did bowl a bit shorter than he usually does. Maybe he can hit that sort of back of a length.
He could. He does enjoy bowling those hard lengths. I mean, the one thing you can't also do is write off somebody like Shamsi too early, because he could be a wicket taker, he could come on and pick up 2-3 wickets very quickly. So, but I think that's the interesting thing about captaincy, right? Is that assessing. We spoke about batters assessing the conditions. Captains, bowlers also need to make that assessment. 85 for 4, 12 overs bowled.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting call for Aaron Pangiso. He is the captain, of course. He's continuing to back himself from quarter drive in to bowl a 4th over. He's got just 16 so far.
He's bowled well. He's bowled a lot of dot balls, and I think that's what's made it difficult for the batters. But you just feel that if these batters are going to go after anybody, it's going to be the spinners. But I think there's going to be a bowling change, Ken, or is there?
Pangiso certainly had the ball at the golf course end there, next to umpire Dennis Smith. But yes, late change. Corbin Bosch is back. Perhaps the Titans have decided they need a quick man on to try and break this partnership. It's worth 31 at the moment. And if they can stop one of these two being there at the death, that would save the Titans a lot of runs, no doubt. Too full, too wide, a flashing drive. But Junior Dala, like a flash out there, and a wonderful throw. Half direct, hit half the work of wicketkeeper Luando Pretorius. but Mitchell van Buren safely home.
Yeah, brilliant bit of athleticism here in the field. Have a look at Dala, how quick he is coming around there, and then the release and the throw. That's got a bullet arm, hasn't he? And then Van Buren just as quick between the wickets. He was sprinting like a hare to come back for the second. Wonderful cricket here. You can see the intensity picking up now already.
Yeah. Into the 13th over.
Yeah, come.
That's
Come again.
going to be one, possibly two. No, just the one. Yeah, Mitchell van Buren, naturally quite a busy white ball player. He's not one to eat up too many balls. And Vian Mordo, we just saw in the SA 20, someone who really seems to have come to grips with the demands of 2020 cricket, seems very comfortable with his different roles.
Yeah, he has the ability to explode, certainly at the back end as well. That's a good shout.
I think leg side-ish. Umpire Dennis Smith has walked away from the stumps. He's not interested.
Yeah, not at all. He walked away straight away. I'm sitting, I thought, oh, maybe not a bad shot, because it looked like Miller played around it, but I think there was a bit of an angle sliding down leg there. Let's have a look. Yeah, missing leg. Good decision.
Porsche's appeal was not the most convincing. So he kind of gave up on it quite quickly. And between the two fielders, I'll be thinking of two. No, a bit of hesitation. He throw went to the bowler's end in the end. Just the one. Diad Khalim quickly to the ball there. Still Mitchell van Buren just kind of asking Vian Mordo, are we going to take the second or not? Tent on Vian Mordo, and he's hurt. He's hurt Aaron Pandiso. That might be a broken rib.
Oh, he's down. Will he get up? Yeah.
He's smiling. I think he's alright. Maybe a bit winded. On comes the physio. So a good opportunity just to run through what has happened so far tonight at the Wanderers. The Titans won the toss and sent the DP World Lions into bat. See that blow? Yeah, they took a bit of a bounce into Pangiso, hit him on the chest. Rusty van der Dussen, the first to go, leading edge back to bowler Junior Dala, out for 8. He wasn't the first batsman to be dismissed via a leading edge. There was then a useful stand between Ryan Rickleton and Reza Hendricks, but that was ended by a run out. A crazy bit of running by Ryan Rickleton, I thought, for 24 off 18. What did you make of that run out, Hussein?
I certainly wasn't a run because it hit straight to the man at short third man. So we're back.
Nice cut shot. Too good. 4 runs.
Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit of width off it here. And that was cut away beautifully behind point, carved away for 4 runs. Much needed runs for the Lions. So, over bowled.
So, just to run through the rest of that scorecard then. Reza Hendricks then fell. He was caught off the leading edge by Makanya at backward point off Lazard Williams for 12. And then Temba Bavuma also caught and bowled off the leading edge. The bowler was there in Pandiso for 5. So the Lions went from 46 for 1 to 54 for 3. But since then, these two, Vian Mordo and Mitchell van Buren, added 46 for the it's now 40. That is 40. I apologize. 40 for the 5th wicket. As Aaron Pandiso will switch ends and bowl out his 4th over, replacing Tabray Shamsi. It's 1 over win for 12.
This is a useful partnership, Ken, because it's getting the Lions back into the game, isn't it?
Just the one. come, Junior.
running hard,
Come on.
but there won't be two to Junior Dala. Yeah, if they can stick together for another 2 overs or so, that takes them into the last 5, and then they can really tee off. I think 150, 160 is still on here, depending on how long these two stay together. Using himself room, the big edge, ballooning over the infield. He might get rewarded with a boundary here. No, well fielded.
Brilliant bit of feeling on the boundary there.
Tibonela Makanya.
Makanya, yeah, he threw himself and definitely saved a run because that was running away for 4. How many did they run in there? Did they run 4? Because it looks like Muller's on strike again.
Maybe
Oh, just the 2. Just the 2.
That time straight to Makanya.
So he saved 2 runs with that brilliant bit of fielding. Great commitment. Absolutely brilliant.
He was good in the field, Tibonela Makanya.
One.
Looking for 2 here. Bowler calls 1. Van Heerden's off the boundary, and it's going to be 2. That's good running, good cricket. And they're working hard. They're scurrying through for the second here, running between the wickets, knocking balls into gaps and waiting for the bad ball and punishing it. So these two have now put on 45 valuable runs for the Lions.
Take 2 twos, it's the equivalent of a boundary. So always important, the 2s, the 1s as well. Not that much of a 3 ground at the Wanderers. Quick outfield. Too short. Got away with it there, did Aaron Pandisa.
That's a very interesting field as well that Pangiso's bowling with. To the right hand, he's almost got 3 men behind square on the offside. I mean, the point is kind of probably just in front, and there's 2 behind. But there's 3 in that area. There's nobody in the cover mid-off area in front of square. So that's a very unusual field. That's a wily character. Lots of experience. You spoke about it early. He knows exactly what he's doing. He controls his lengths beautifully. 100 for 4, Ken.
Yeah, and Aaron Pandisa has bowled out. He's done another very good job. They don't call him the banker for nothing. 4 overs, 1 for 22 by the Titans skipper, who is playing his 125th T20 match this evening. And throughout that time, he's maintained an economy rate of 6.39, which is very good. It's also very good that we're going to have a commentary change.
Thank you, Ken. Tell you something else about Aaron Pangiso. In the T20 domestic competition, he may well be one of the highest wicket takers ever. I'll just try and confirm that. I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere along the line. Dala, he's in from the corner drive in, outside off stump, slashed away. This is going to find the gap, back with a point, but a valiant effort on the boundary.
Desperate dive there. He really threw himself into that one, did Lazard Williams. But not fruitful for him. That brings up the 50 partnership for these two. They've steadied the ship.
They have indeed. They've batted beautifully, and now they're starting to cut loose. They're finding the loose ball, they're jumping on it, but the running between the wickets, the intensity, a little bit of width there from Dala. He won't be too happy with that width off it. It's a brilliant commitment in the field. Hopes that Lazard Williams didn't injure himself. That's the type of lines that bowlers are more or less looking to bowl into the hip. I don't want to offer too much width outside off stump where batters can just throw their hands at it. How are you doing, David? You well?
Yeah, good and good to be with you. Almost coastal type pitch that it's been holding up.
It's a bit sticky, isn't it? Holding up, steep bounce, hitting the batters. When the bowlers are getting it right, you just feel he's hitting them high up on the bat.
Yes. So they seem rushed by it in some instances, and then in others they're through the shot before it's ready to get to them.
That's again possibly sliding down leg side, quick single, dashing through for the run off the pad. Will be a leg by.
Who've been so good between the wickets here, making sure that they don't give these Titans players anything. Just look at this one. It's a leg bias, goes through square on the offside, and immediately he set off there, did young Mitch van Buren.
What do you reckon is a score they'd be looking at now, the Lions, from yon in? Oh, that's a glorious drive. Beautiful straight drive. It was full, it was straight, but full blade of the bat. Absolutely beautiful to watch. Elegant.
Well, glorious indeed, and maybe a little bit overpitched from Junior Dala. Bjorn Mulder, in the form that he's in at the moment, not going to miss out on that. Try to stick a boot out there, did Dala. But this field outfit is lightning. Coming back to your question, well, I would have thought that the power that they have, they would have really piled on the runs here, but the Titans have been so good. Maybe 160, 170.
That's short, and it's hammered over the mid-wicket boundary, and it's going to disappear into the stands. So Dala just erring in this over, a touch too full the previous delivery, and now a touch too short, and both times he's been punished.
He just pounced on that, did Bjorn Mulder. Just set up nicely for him. That short arm jab over that car corner boundary. Lovely stroke from him.
He just has a way of calming the situation, doesn't he, Bjorn Mulder? You just feel he exudes that calmness when he comes to the crease. They were certainly under pressure and in trouble. And this one again, it's driven back down the ground. And again, Dala won't be pleased with himself. He's kicking himself because this has been an expensive over for the Titans. And Mulder has been severe.
It's just skewed his stats thus far. 1 for 31, and he's still got one more to come. But at this interval, the Lions trying to claw this back with everything that they have. And just to give you an update of what's happening elsewhere in the country, the Rocks are playing the Dolphins, and the Rocks in some serious trouble. 96 for 5. The wickets of Malan, Peterson, and Fortain having fallen, as well as Mgijima, the chief destroyer in that game, Brennan Sobrine, but one apiece for De Pavlon, Trele, and Bartman.
Let's go.
The last 5 here, Hussein, and we think the approach has to be from both sides here.
Yeah, I think the Lions, they're doing a brilliant job at the moment. This partnership is now with 66 runs, and they just need to keep going. And if they don't lose the wicket, these two can be explosive at the back end as well. So there's no reason why they need to throw their wicket away for Potito or somebody else to come and do the damage. They can do a lot of damage themselves, both these two. So they're more than capable, and they just want to continue going. From the Titans, I feel they just let it slip a little in the last few overs. Shamsi is back into the attack, looking for 2 here. Will they get it? They're going to just keep it down to the single. With the spinners generally now, a lot of spinners are bowling to this field. You look at the leg side field, short fine leg up, there's deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. So it's only and a long on. So the batters are looking to push it into this gap softly around about the 30-yard circle. Just get the weight right and sprint back for 2. That's exactly what they're trying. And fielders on the other end are trying to sprint in to stop the 2.
And an indication of that as well is in the previous over from the golf course end, there was a sign from Corbin Bosch to Josh van Heerden, just hang off the boundary, don't sit right on the edge, but come off 5 or 6 meters, because that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Exactly right. And as you're speaking down here below, I think that is Van Heerden, isn't he? He's about 10 off the fence. That was the wrong one, spun away, but good use of the feet. Good cricket all round. You can see there's certainly an intent now by the Lions to try and see if they can put some pressure on the bowlers. In the last few overs, 4.3 overs remaining. Oh, that's a glorious stroke. Beautiful as ever. Easy as you like. It was overpitched by Shamsi, and a little bit of width as well. And Van Buren just went through with it. And my word, didn't he hit that cleanly?
It seems so effortless. It was all about timing with that stroke. He knew exactly where he wanted to hit it, and it was just a matter of placing it in the right area, and boy did he.
Yeah.
The full wallop there.
Sweet time of the cricket ball. open the blade a bit as well, because he knows the long off is back on the boundary. Just try to get it wide in case he didn't clear the boundary, but he did. That's a better length from Shamsi. I must say the Titans bowlers will be disappointed with themselves. They're in such a good position, and you just feel that either they were a little complacent or just relaxed a bit and bowled a few too many boundary balls. I think that's just let them down. Nonetheless, I think they're still in the fight here. Now another loose delivery from Shamsi down the leg side this time. It probably will be called a wide unless it's touched something of the batter. It's a wide.
Wides, 4 wides, and Pretorius has got his hands on his heads there. It's frustrating when you give away extras as a wicketkeeper, but 4 wides.
So that's actually 5 wides.
It's 5 wides, yeah.
Because that's the wide, and it's plus the 4, and it will be called 5 wide. So 48 Mulder, and Van Buren's now raised to 25 of 19. 133 for 4. Lions are fighting their way. They've initially crawled their way back into it, and now he's starting to pick up the pace.
Suddenly from a good start to the over, it's gone sideways a little bit here for Shamsi. Buren will retain the strike. It's the end. Oh no, is it one more? No, it's the end of the over. So the end of 16, 134 for 4. Mulder on 48. Van Buren on 26. Partnership now worth 80. And crucial for them, Hussein, because with 6 wickets in hand, you feel like now could be the opportunity for them to really put their foot on the gas. Maybe get that 170, 180 mark.
Yeah, I mean, they're scoring at 8.4 to the over. They can certainly pick it up. Both of them are in now. They're seeing it nicely. They've assessed the conditions beautifully as well. The ball's nice and old and still hard. I mean, that's the other thing about a T20 game, is that the ball doesn't get soft like it would in a 50-over game. It stays hard for the full 20 overs. But it just loses that extra bounce and maybe the seam. So that's the scorecard. Dismal looking to start with, but you can see Vian Mulder and Van Buren right at the end there, bottom 48 of 29 and 26 of 21. They've really come back and brought Lions right back into this game. Up front, Rickleton was run out for 24, and then Reza Hendricks 12 of 12.
But soft dismissals in that mix. Important ball, leading edge, and so easily put aside under pressure, and doubt comes into you whether you can trust the pace of the deliveries coming through. Saad Williams now for his final over. We call it drive end.
A little wide of the crease, Saad Williams, and I'm just going to try and see if we can bowl. Maybe he's going to bowl Yorker length or still hard lengths. Interesting to see, but I don't think the Lions batters, with the amount of wickets they've lost 4. They may not want to still go. I don't know. You know, I was saying earlier that if you get off to a good start, you can start making the play a little earlier, maybe from the 14th over or so. But the Lions have taken it a lot deeper now. But it may just be time now. Again, wide of the crease. So 2 good deliveries here from Williams.
We saw in the previous over, good start, but it just unraveled a little bit for the momentum multiply Titans. Crucial for them here is to get a quiet over from this final Lazard Williams over, string a couple of dot balls and maybe pick up a wicket, because this partnership now proving a thorn in their side. 81 is what they've managed to collect.
Well, he's got hold of this one, but only as far as long off did Mulder. So that was 3 good deliveries, and the catch easily taken at long off. It looks like Bosch has taken the catch down on that boundary. Comfortable catch for him. Mulder didn't get enough on that one. He's gone for a very well played 48 of 31 deliveries.
Yeah, you can see he's just frustrated with himself. They mistimes it, didn't quite get all of it. Sits in the hands of Corbin Bosch at long off. I just said it. Wickets will be forthcoming if you're able to bring some dot balls together. New man at the crease, Bjorn Fortuin, the leading wicket taker from the 4-day competition. Going to do something? Well, is it Delano Portkeeper? They did announce that it was Bjorn Fortuin. Nevertheless, Delano Portkeeper, having done well in the previous game, and was crucial in that 4-day final, but this is very different competition. So What will he be able to do this evening? He comes to the wicket with just 3.5 overs remaining.
Now, the other thing about Potgieter is the left-hander, so he opens the field up quite a bit, makes it a little more difficult and tricky for the bowlers with their lines. They have to change the lines, and he'll be scoring in different areas, of course, being the left-hander. And he can hit the long ball, make no mistake. Oh, and it's dropped. First ball up, he had a slash at it outside off stump, straight to the man at backward point, and it's gone down.
Some fierce pace, but at this level, you got to be good enough to take those catches. Khalima just absolutely flew to him there. He's just looking at his hands. Potgieter maybe disappointed with himself.
That was
more
quick.
So than Khalim,
It went very quick to him because it was hit hard, flew off the outside edge, the thick outside half of the bat.
Stifled appeal from mid-off there.
And followed up with a very good bouncer, shorter delivery from Williams, bowling good pace here.
Seems a little bit rushed, does Delano Potgieter. Feels like he's not yet found the rub of the green just yet. Only 2 deliveries, but boy, have they been something that every bowling coach would be happy with.
Mid-off and mid-on are both up, which means that his length has to be short, and that's exactly what it is. And good stop down at third man, a fine third man by Shamsi. That will be a couple. So the field generally gives it away, doesn't it? I mean, as a batter, you know that if mid-on and mid-on are up, he can't bowl full. He's going to bowl short, so the lengths are going to be, which is why that first delivery, because it was pitched slightly up, Potgieter had a full go at it through his hands. And fortunately for him, the catch wasn't held, although it was a difficult one. So 137 for 5.
And if you want to enter the competition hosted by CSA's official domestic, just post a snap or a reel of you attending any CSA T20 challenge games. Tag official CSA domestic leagues. Use the hashtag CSA T20 challenge or hashtag Waza now. Junior Dala from the golf course end. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 31. It's been expensive this evening, running at 10.3. So an opportunity here for him to close the taps a little bit.
His previous over in bowled to Vian Mulder, and I think his last 3 deliveries disappeared. 2 4s and a 6. So I want to try and get it right here. He's been brilliant, Dala. So being one of the bankers, and generally he bowls good lines and lengths. He's very consistent. So that was an unusual previous over from him. Now he's bowling from the opposite end, golf course end. Started off with a wide down the leg side. Again, something's not right. It's just not finding his range, the line and lengths.
You mentioned that he was the banker, and then he wanted to prove you wrong. Exactly with that first delivery.
I was very impressed over the years with Dala and his improvement and the way he's come through the system. Bowls with good pace. We saw him in the SA 20 as well. Really bowled nicely. That's a better length, and that's where you want to be. Lined, length, nice and straight. Not much a batter can really do there unless he takes a risk. Knock for 1.
139 now for 5. Van Buren on 28 from 22. So having a new partner join at the crease, Delano Potgieter, who's now on strike. He's going to face his first ball from Van Buren. Rather not from Van Buren. Why I'm saying Van Buren, from Junior Dala. But a serious change in the field here. Pangiso trying to marshal his men here. Fine leg in the ring, third man out. And there's a man at deep square and fine leg, long on. So everybody out on the leg side, barring the short fine leg. And they've now changed their minds as Bosch comes into the mid-on position. 2 men out on the offside and the third down there. Oh, no. Bit of back and forth now.
He's a bit of back and forth at the moment.
Musical chairs.
Yeah.
Finally they decide on who needs to be where.
Oh, he smoked this one, and it's straight to the man at cover. He's got hands to it, but not enough, and he's deflected it for a couple. which means that they scurried back for two valuable runs, you feel.
So hard. Boy, oh boy.
He does hit them hard, doesn't he?
Good gracious. I mean, looking at his stats against the Titans, only the 2 games that he's played. Yeah, high score of 10, but it's not really a truly indication. It's just a head-to-head in CSA T20 between these two.
That's a wide. So Dala's trying to push him as wide as possible to get him to hit to the longish side of the boundary. But I don't know if that's a good tactic. It may well be the only thing they can do at the moment, because he doesn't want to also bowl too straight into the short boundary. It's going wide, but it also allows Potgieter to free his arms and can throw his hands at the ball. There we go. He smoked down the ground and over Madon, who's up in the circle. And that's going to be one bounce into the boundary. Beautifully hit.
Yeah, you said it earlier. You cannot bowl full if your men at middle for Madon are in the ring. And so just over pitch there has Junior Dala rightfully dispatched. Just stand and deliver type stuff here from Donna Potgieter. He's maybe been spending some extra time in the gym because he's hitting them oh so hard.
Yeah, he's really hitting them well. Now there is a field change, so Madon's gone back. Pangiso's back at long off. And Fine Leg and third man are up now. So now it's the opposite. So both Fine Leg and third man up in the circle, which means it's going to be difficult for him to go short. He's got to go full, and it's a thick outside edge. It's be third man, going to run away for 4. So 4 fortuitous runs, but effective, and they'll take it nonetheless, the Lions.
You can't win as a bowler, can you? You pitch it up and they chip it over the man straight, and then you get the outside edge, and the man protecting their third man not able to take it. So said fortuitous runs.
Yeah, I'm not sure the plans here from the Titans are sound. You know, they look like they're kind of changing the plans every over or two, and I just feel like you're almost asking, you're playing into Potgieter's hands here again. You're bowling full. That's a better delivery. So for me, that's the length you're going to bowl. You've got to bowl hard lengths into the surface. If you bowl it full, he's going to hit you down the ground. He's just going to hit through the line. And also, the way the field's set, they've got to bowl wide outside off, which for me allows Potgieter to throw his hands at everything. Just smoke it through the offside, which he does very well. Now this is a better length. That's really where he wants to bowl.
Just getting those lines and lengths right here is crucial.
Yeah, that's better. Maybe also a little bit of a change in pace. Maybe just roll his fingers over the ball a little there, but a single nonetheless. So Van Buren 28, Potgieter 13, 151 for 5, 150 up for the Lions, and I think they've done very, very well, the Lions, from the position they were in.
Some early danger for the DP World Lions, and the Titans were on top early on here, but it's just this partnership prior to this one, that of Björn Mulder and Mitchell van Buren, and now again as well, that Lana Potgieter really has made sure that he wants to put some serious gas in this setting for them. So the last over for Corbin Bosch, marked 27 in his 3.
They were 50 for 3 in the 7th over, the Lions, and have come back really well. So that's the bowling card. 2 wickets for Williams. Dala 1, Pangiso 1. Pangiso's been tight. He's been and Williams, they bowled very well. Shams has been expensive. Bosch has got 1 to go, so he'll bowl his final over from around the wicket. He's allowed appeal, but they're going to come back for 2 here because there's nobody in the circle in front of square on the leg side. The Lions, I suspect here, David, are going to give themselves something to defend. And we may just find ourselves with a very, very interesting second half of this game.
Yeah, I was surprised umpire Smith giving this up, maybe expecting it to go down.
I think contact with the impact to the pair is probably outside the line of off stump because he's bowling around the wicket, so that's very difficult to get an LBW from that angle, unless it's very full.
If the dance moves there from Potgieter and he's paid for it,
that's hurt him.
Hobbles to the other end. Oh, he looks really uncomfortable there, wincing in pain.
That's hit him on the foot, isn't it? Nice and full delivery. That's a good ball from Corbin Bosch. Straight and full into the pads. Ouch. He's in pain, that's all. Well, maybe stand and deliver now. Delano. We need to run, just stand and swing for the heels. Right-hander, Van Buren on strike.
Long or far back.
Ooh. Call wide.
Van Buren reached out there, and that's why Bosch is remonstrating with umpire Dennis Smith. It's outside those little red guidelines that they have painted. But
yeah, it is.
Bosch arguing he's come outside of his off stump there.
He did move a little, didn't he? You can see what Van Buren's trying to do. He's trying to walk across the stumps, trying to open the leg side up. That's a good delivery. Much better. Outside of Yorkers, not easy to get hold of these because batters are trying to line up the mid-wicket boundary at this stage, at the back end, and Van Buren's looking for a length delivery or something he can get under and hit over the mid-wicket boundary, over square leg, or even over long on in the cow corner. But those are two good deliveries. So first one was a touch on the wide side. The second one much better.
Conventional stroke there, but they'll get through. It almost looked like a hockey shot.
What is he trying to do there? I reckon maybe a little bit of a ramp. He's trying to play a ramp because short fine leg was up in the circle and back at square leg both up in the circle. So he's trying to play maybe a little bit of a sweep ramp shot past those two fielders. But only succeeded in getting, well, some bet on it, just a single.
The left-right hand combination for the Lions. Putting pressure on Bosch.
Got all over this one, but he's the man. Dala looks like on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he'll hurl the ball in on the bounce to the wicket-keeper. Just be a single.
Dala's such a great fielder. He's been so good for them this evening as well. Not showing any signs of age. Just a rocket around that boundary, and not necessarily the position that you'd have for your fast bowlers. Normally they're much straighter with his arm and his speed around the edge. Banker for you.
Another good delivery, but the fielding doesn't back up the bowling from Corbin Bosch. He'll be disappointed that he didn't stop that one. But Lions get a single, and Van Buren moves to 30. Hitter on 15. 158 for 5 going into the final over. So Lions, I think, have got to a decent total here, David. And what can they get in this final one? What hitter can cut loose? Van Buren, they can get 10 plus in this over. 168, maybe 170. I think that's going to be a useful total here on this pitch. It doesn't look easy. Certainly doesn't look as easy as it was against the Rocks last week Friday.
Yeah, it's almost two different surfaces. But a power bowling lineup here for the DP World Lions, maybe thinking that they've got some fire in there. You could see yourself winning an all expenses paid trip to the CSA Awards 2023-24 season. So all you have to do is snap that reel, tag official CSA domestic, and hashtag it CSA T20 challenge or Wazanawa. Dayan Khalim will wrap things up here. Final over.
So he's just bowled one over so far. It's Khalim. It's been an expensive one. It may have been in the power play. Yeah, he went for 9 runs. I suppose in the power play that's not the worst of overs, but he's just bowled the one. So this will be second over. That's the scorecard. 48 for Mulder, 30 for Van Buren, who's still there at the crease, and Pochita's with him 15 of 11. So this could be a massive over in the context of a game which is not a very high scoring game, or as high scoring as we may have anticipated after last week Friday's run fest. Slower delivery, short into the surface, and it's well bowled, because you can see Van Buren is angry with himself. He's hit his pad hard because he thinks he should have done a lot better, but it was a good ball. Those slower bounces are not easy to get hold of, because you're almost through with the shot already, and then it's ball's still coming.
Like Peter may have split his trousers there in that dive attempt earlier. And Rivaldo Moonsamy, who's been handy with the bat throughout this campaign thus far for the Momentum Multiply Titans, he'll want to offer his skill, couple of 30s here and there, really valuable in this type of format. It doesn't always have to be a 50 or a 60 that makes the difference. Just the 2 wins and the loss. That loss coming in the last game at home against the Warriors, who are high flying, but I wonder if their fortunes may shift with their men going off to the IPL.
So, fine leg, third man up in the circle. Khalim, oh, this is hit, and it's hit hard, and high, and handsome, and it's going to land in the stands, just below the scoreboard. Massive 6, one pot hitter.
Khalim with a slow ball in the previous one, just waited for this one, did Potgieter, and as you said, he's hit it so very hard. Sailed over that mid-wicket boundary, and not even 1 or 2 rows back, but 20 here. Just a bludgeon there.
Yeah, you feel it's the type of length that Potgieter is looking for, isn't it? I mean, I don't think that's the ideal length that you want to bowl at this stage, because he's obviously looking over that mid-wicket area. It's the short of the 2 boundaries, and any length he can get under. Although that was outside off stump, you've got to grant that to Khalim. It was wide-ish outside off stump, but he still went and he fetched it because the length was suitable for him. Again, same length, and again dispatched in the same area, and again it's going to land in the stand, and it's a maximum, another one. So that length is just not right. He's got to bowl a much fuller length, and ideally what Corbin Bosch was doing in the last over, for me, that's the length that he should be bowling here. He should be bowling wide, outside off, Yorkers, and force Potgieter to hit it into the offside, away from the short boundary. So those are 2 deliveries that were not great, and they both disappeared.
Back-to-back 6s here. Potgieter is not holding back. He didn't even move. He knew exactly where it was going. As you said, that poor open east stand is taking a bit of a battering here. Khalim's got to find an answer. It's already 13 from the over, and there's 3 balls remaining.
I'm not sure what the plan is here, because he bowled a slower bounce at the first ball, which is a good one to the right-hander. Oh, it's again, he's gone full this time. He's trying to bowl wide outside off stump, but he's bowling from around the wicket, so I don't understand the plan. If he's trying to bowl wide outside off stump, why bowl from around the wicket? Because the angle's not working in your favor. If you want to bowl wide outside off stump, you've got to go over the wicket, angle the ball away from the left-hander, bowl it wide, force him to hit it to the offside. But then, if that's the plan, then your mid-off is up. So again, something doesn't make sense here. But nonetheless,
go nowhere if you bowl a full toss. So a bit of a gift there.
Yeah.
Not missing out there.
So now, mid-off is going to go back now. So again, bowler and the captain having a bit of a discussion. Fielding change. Fine legs up. Third man's up. The short square leg has come up in the circle. Mid-wicket's also coming up now in the circles. So now he has absolutely got to bowl wide outside off stump. But he's still bowling around the wicket. So I don't quite understand. Nonetheless, in he comes. And it is wide outside off stump. He gets his line right. It's a low full toss, which is hit to the man on the sweeper boundary. Now, I think if he bowled every ball exactly there, that would have been a much better over. But he bowled 3 deliveries which have disappeared. So it's a very useful over, this one, for the Lions. Potgieter has made them pay in this last over.
Very expensive, very expensive. So last ball, a couple of changes in the field. Man, that's well, in the covers, they're going to stay inside the ring. Everybody on the offside is in the ring, and everybody on the leg side is hanging out on the boundary. So again, he's going to come around the wicket to the right-hander here. See where he goes for the final delivery.
And it's going to be called a wide. That was the plan, because he's got everybody up on the offside. So you can see he's looking to bowl as straight as possible into the pads. But that's just gone a little too far down the leg side. So this time wants to force him to play to the leg side boundary, which is the longer of the 2. I wonder what Van Buren is looking to do. Is he going to maybe back away and trying to go inside out over the offside, or maybe hold his position and swing over the leg side? Let's have a look. Yeah, exactly. He's going to back away. That's exactly as I anticipated. Backed away. It was very predictable. And it's a wonderful finish for the Lions. You feel the Titans will be disappointed with the finish here. And the way they've allowed the Lions to get back into this game. And Van Buren finishes with 37 of 27. Potgieter 32 of 15. They finish on a respectable total of 183 for 5 to the Lions.
25 from that last over. Boy, oh boy, was it expensive. 2 sixes, a 4, a wide, and then a 6 to end. Well, the DP World Lions have turned this game around. At one point, as you said, they were feeling the pressure, but at 183 for 5, they'll feel a lot more confident coming into this second innings of the game. Just having a look at that scorecard, Rickleton was run out by Bosch and Pretorius combined. He was gone for 24 from 18. Van der Dissen caught and bowled, the first man to go. Soft dismissal for 8. Teresa Hendricks caught, Makanya bowled Williams. Another caught and bowled, Temba Bavuma by Pangiso. Mulder and Van Buren put a good partnership together before he was dismissed, 2 short of his half century. That of Lazard Williams, who was very frugal with ball in hand, and then these two wrapped it up in the end. So 20 overs, 17 extras, saying, and 183 for 5.
The extras column also won't please the Titans coach. The bowling figures, Williams bowled beautifully. I thought he was the pick of the bowlers together with Pangiso. Both of them were brilliant. 4 overs, 2 for 20, and then Pangiso 4 overs, 1 for 22. They were better. Apart from that, the other bowlers, Corbin Bosch was good as well, mind you. 4 overs, 0 for 32. Bowled really well, particularly that penultimate over right at the back end of the death. But he's gone for 8 over, and then the other bowlers were expensive. Shamsi was expensive, he went for 13. Dala also didn't have the greatest day at the office. And then Dayan Khalim in his 2 overs went for 34 runs. So 183 for 5 to the DP World Lions end up on. And at the innings change, must say, the Lions have the momentum on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. After winning the toss and deciding that they will have a field, the momentum multiplier Titans started so well, but it's those crucial partnerships for the home side that were of value to them. Don't forget competition time. If you want to win big and stand a chance to rub shoulders with Cricket South Africa's greatest, you can win an all expenses paid VIP trip to the 2023-2024 CSA Awards. All you have to do is post a snap or reel of you attending any of the CSA T20 Challenge games, tag at official domestic CSA leagues, use the hashtags CSA T20 Challenge, Wozanawe, and you could be a winner there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be with you once we come back from the innings break, and we'll be with you very shortly for that.
And then also experience our World Cup finalists, the Proteas women's cricket team in action as they rise up and take on Sri Lanka in a T20 and one-day international series from the 27th of March to the 17th of April. Wozanawe, let's show up for our team. There will be sixes, there will be dancing, and there will be big hits. Follow the Proteas women on social media for more details. Always rising, hashtag always rising.
Yes, because it was one that you really thought that it was going to be a one-sided contest at one point. The early wickets, and especially with the success that the Lions top order has had, you would bank on the momentum multiplier Titans wrapping things up very quickly, but defiant from the middle order here from the DP World Lions, the home side.
Yeah, so the innings change, please join us, have a bit of a break, maybe a coffee, tea, a dinner break, and join us in about 15 minutes or so.
Yes. Parker played the last game with 62, the last one here.
Yeah,
Didn't he have 62 on his back?
I didn't see I was in.
Maybe Ken can answer. Ken,
Yeah.
do you remember if Mapaka was playing with 62 on his back in the last game? Yeah, that we did. Because he's got 63 on, and I had a suspicion that, not that it makes a difference, it's just curiosity.
Go look on your phone, because remember the
Oh, the team sheets.
team sheet was WhatsApp.
Yes. Competition time. You could win an all expenses paid VIP trip to the 2023-24 Cricket South Africa Awards. Just follow the details to get yourself entered into that competition. Post a snap or a reel of you attending any of the CSA T20 challenge games. Tag at official CSA domestic leagues and use the hashtag CSA T20 challenge or hashtag Waza Nawe. You could win an all expenses paid VIP trip to the 23-24 Cricket South Africa Awards. Proudly brought to you by Cricket South Africa.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium for the CSA T20 Challenge match between the DP World Lions and the Momentum Multiply Titans. And just remember, speaking of cricket in South Africa, that let's go South Africa. Experience our World Cup finalists, the Proteas women's cricket team, in action as they rise up and take on Sri Lanka in a T20 and one-day international series from the 27th of March to the 17th of April. Waza Nawe, let's show up for our team. There will be sixes, there will be dancing, and there will be big hits. Follow the Proteas women on social media for more details. Hashtag always rising.
And always rising to the occasion is the ladies team. They've picked Karabo Meso, 16 years of age, last year's under-19 player of the year for the ladies, Ken. And it's great to see that the youngster's getting an opportunity. And a youngster in Luandre Pretorius will now face his first ball for the Titans in CSA T20 Challenge this year. He's got the miserly and so very talented captain of the GP World Lions, Bjorn Fortuin.
Well, we saw one banker left-arm spinner in action earlier in Titans captain Aaron Pandiso. Here's another in Bjorn Fortuin. The target is 184 and a bit of a false start. This is going to be very interesting to see how this outrageous schoolboy talent of Luandre Pretorius matches up against one of the canniest of first-class bowlers. He's underway nicely with a single through mid-wicket. So the Lions posted 183 for 5. They were in early trouble on 54 for 4, but then a partnership of 81 between Vian Mulder and Mitchell van Buren, and some lusty blows at the end from Delano Potgieter. What a couple of weeks he's having. 32 not out of just 15 balls. Mitchell van Buren made 37 not out, and Vian Mulder 48 there, you see, off 32 balls. Van Buren's 37 off 27 deliveries. A lot of extras there, David. 13 wides. Oh, I fancy it. He's given him. He's given him. I thought he might have survived with it being just outside off stump. But no, he made the cardinal error, Josh van Heerden, of going back to Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, and it's paid dividends for the DP World Lions captain. He continues his wicket-taking form thus far in the South African summer. He gets Van Heerden for an absolute corker. He's gone for a duck without troubling the scorers too much. Perhaps they might disagree with us, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that Bjorn Fortuin arm ball really is a thing of beauty. And he's got another one, another victim. Josh van Heerden out the first ball. And that'll bring Rivaldo Moonsamy to the crease. He's been one of the form batsmen in South African cricket this summer, especially in the 4-day game, one of the leading run scorers. And he's made a good start in the T20 Challenge as well. 94 runs in 3 innings, which puts him on the top 6 amongst the run scorers. But, yeah, we mentioned, oh, well, there was the replay very briefly. I don't think too much to add to what we said earlier.
No, not at all. Rivaldo Moonsamy been helpful here and there for his team thus far in the competition, and they're going to need him now with Fortuin on a roll.
Down the pitch straight away, Moonsamy nice and positive, and a single through mid-wicket. Yeah, I was just saying those 13 wides the Titans bowled. There were also a lot of short deliveries. I don't think this is a 183 pitch. I think the Titans are in for a tough chase here, David.
Yeah, it's going to take some effort, and especially with the power that arguably the DP World Lions have. Precocious talent is not something that is exclusive to the Momentum Multiply Titans with Mapaka in the squad today.
And, of course, there he is at short third man. The evergreen, Kagiso Rabada. I say evergreen, he's still young, in the prime of his life. The world-class Kagiso Rabada to contend with. Down the wicket again. And just nerdled away. Fortuin will field himself.
young Luandro Pretorius had that fantastic opening partnership with Steve Salk in the Under-19 World Cup. But he's going to have to maybe just play within himself here. 3 for 1, and we're inside the first over. Last ball to come.
Good finish, Bjorn Fortuin, ever reliable with the new ball. And it's 3 for 1 after the first over. Steve Stolk, of course, in this Titan squad as well. Perhaps it would be a bit too big an ask for both youngsters to be named in the team. And we are going to see the great Kagiso Rabada take up the cudgels from the golf course end. But David, you mentioned Kwena Mapaka, and what a season he's had already in the 2 games he's played for the Lions in this competition. He's taken 5 wickets already at an average of just 6, an economy rate of 4.71. And that 3 for 22 was here at the Wanderers, a wonderful performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And having Kagiso Rabada alongside him for the first couple of games will have been invaluable.
Rabada starts full and treated with great respect by the young Luandro Pretorius.
Collected there by Vian Mulder. Wonder how much Kagiso Rabada is going to be cranking it up this evening. It's just his last outing here in South Africa before heading over to the subcontinent.
Yeah, he'll be flying out on Saturday. The Titans players have already flown out, the likes of Heinrich Klaassen, Aiden Markram, Givot Bredes, Donovan Ferreira. A little bit cramped there, Pretorius, but he handled it well enough.
Bit of wisdom there as well from the youngster, knowing that if you're going to take a single, it's probably not advisable to take it to Temba Bavuma. Just an absolute jackrabbit in the field. But this youngster Pretorius, when he does get going, he's so destructive, and suddenly a team is on the back foot chasing the game. And so that's something that the Lions will want to contain, make sure that they keep him quiet early.
Some good bounce there by Rabada, but very nicely controlled by Luandro Pretorius. He wouldn't have faced too many bowlers of Rabada's pace and quality in his career thus far.
Kwena Mapaka would argue that he may fall into the...
One day.
Yes.
Yeah.
But certainly has the seedlings of a very, very long career.
Well, he's already attracted a bit of a fan club there, Kwena Mapaka, with the kids and the autograph books just the other side of the boundary. The Titans have more time than you think. In fact, there could be a tendency when things have not gone that well in the field, expensive last over, conceding a total of 183 when maybe you were hoping for 160 odd, to maybe get a little bit too frantic up front. It's not necessary. We saw the Lions only had 50 odd on the board after 8 overs. Nicely worked to find leg for 1 by Moonsamy. And we saw the value of partnerships, just getting a partnership going, and a couple at the back end for the Lions has taken them to a very healthy total.
You got to be careful though, Ken, that you're not complacent as a batting side when chasing. You might think, okay, well, I have a lot of time, but suddenly 2 or 3 overs sneak by you, and that required run rate creeps up to 11 or 12, and then you start panicking.
That's a loose flash by Pretorius. Not a great shot that to end the over. Rabada just concedes 2. It's 5 for 1 after 2 overs. Yeah, David, I think the buzzwords would be things like intensity, be busy at the crease, but you don't want to be taking unnecessary risks, not doing anything rash or stupid. It might be a bit of a new ball pitch. We certainly saw in the Lions innings that the new ball did a bit, and not sure whether conditions got easier or just as a partnership built, batting became easier once you're in. Fortuin will continue, and he's beaten Moonsamy there with a bit of a cut between the legs.
Just a bit of shadow batting there from Rivaldo Munsami. And he's somebody who's really found himself here at the Momentum Multiply Titans. Very different life from where he was initially.
Well, it's his second stint at the Titans, because he's a KZN lad originally. He went to the Titans and then didn't get a contract, so went to Northern Cape in Division 2. Did very well. And that's a lovely stroke by Landre Pretorius. Beautiful control. Just showing he's not just a basher. That was beautifully played.
Well, masterfully played. Hit on the up, little bit too short there from Fortain. He just lathered that through the covers. And that's exactly what they'll want, will the Momentum Multiply Titans. Just pressure on the lines here, because I fear if they get into a rhythm, this batting side might find themselves having to chase the game a little bit.
Sweet, sweet timing and placement. What has he got now? It's not as well timed, but it clears the man at mid-off. They'll come back for 2.
A hands on head from Bjorn Fortain when that went into the air. It doesn't have to be pretty, Ken, it just has to be effective.
Moral victory for the bowler, but there's nowhere on the scorecard that it measures moral victories.
There's no conditions to your scores.
Reverse sweep out! He hasn't got all of it.
Great courage or bravado, you might say, from the youngster. Rivaldo Munsami just coming to the youngster and saying, okay, not too bad, maybe just rein it in a little bit. I don't know if Pretorius knows how to rein it in. Once he gets going, he can set off like a fighter jet.
Controlled aggression is what you want. Edged to third man and gone. Short third man, Rabada enjoys that little present for himself. And Bjorn Fortain has got the better of another one. That's his second wicket. It's 12 for 2.
Yeah, just a chasing shot there from Luandra Pretorius. Try to open the bat, maybe beat the man at point. But it is Bjorn Fortain once again. The skipper has got the better of the youngster. And a dolly catch there to Rabada. He was never going to drop it.
Yeah, Pretorius just gave himself a little bit of room outside leg stump there, trying to access the offside. And Fortain just pushed it that little bit wider and quicker. And the edge came. So Bjorn Fortain is a very, very canny customer. 2 overs, 2 for 10 for him. And the Titans are in early trouble.
Simonello Makanya, the new man at the wicket. And crucial now that there's some sort of partnership between these two. Because if they're going to make something of this chase, as you said, there has to be partnerships, and it was early trouble for the Lions. Again, it was mistimed strokes, it was sticking in the wicket, but once you applied yourself, you were in. And Makanya, having played his SA20 here, will most definitely need to be a bit of a shepherd for Munsami.
Rabada in again. Off shape there. Well played there by Munsami. So 4 of the 6 power play overs at least are going to be bowled by the same 2 bowlers, which just shows you how well they're going. The Lions very comfortable with how they've started here.
And the concern for everybody else, you would think, in this competition is, although Kagiso Rabada is slipping out,
lofted, hasn't got all of it, just a punch, clears the infield though, safely enough.
was like a little chip out of the bunker there to get onto the green, and it landed ever so gently. Yusuf does the fielding. With Rabada coming out, Ken, you know, this Lions bowling stocks at the moment, both with pace and spin, seems far richer than anywhere else. This is the city of gold, but boy oh boy have they struck gold here. Darwood picking up a couple of wickets as well early in the competition. Sapamla as well.
Oh, flash and a miss. Extra bounce again from Rabada. We saw that in the Lions innings, that from this golf course end there is a bit of extra bounce. Yeah, the Lions certainly have a lot of bases covered if you consider the people who aren't playing tonight. Juno Dawood, an off spinner, took 3 for 20 took 3 wickets in his first match for the Lions this season, and then left out again. Oh, Moonsami, very ambitious outside the off stump there. He's flirting dangerously. So the off spinner Daywood's not playing tonight. They've got Evan Jones, 2 wickets in the first over. He bowled in the opening game. He's the hit the deck type seam bowler all-rounder. Chepa Moreki didn't have a great first outing, but we all know he's a quality bowler. Leading edge! Pavuma tries to get there but can't. Oh, we saw 3 dismissals in the Lions innings off the leading edge. And it's already in play here. So, yeah, I think the new ball perhaps just sticking a bit. And with that extra bounce, especially from the golf course end.
Moonsami just looking at the surface there as if it had deceived him. But just the skill of Kagiso Rabada, just reading the surface here. You don't get hundreds of test wickets by accident, Ken, and he's done exactly that.
That's nicely controlled by Makanya. He gets off the mark with a couple. Good work. Down on the boundary. Oh, and then unfortunately didn't quite pick it up by the handle, Reza Hendricks. So they get a comfortable 3 runs. Good running. Yeah, other bowlers who can still be used by the Lions. There's the leg spinner, Ngaba Peter. Luto Sapamla sitting out this match. He's played for the Proteas, of course. So, quite rightly, David, as you said, there's a lot of depth to the Lions bowling.
Which is a contrast from probably, I think it was 2 seasons ago at St. George's when they played that CSA T20 challenge. But the richness is on show now. Kwena Mapaka, still a schoolboy, left arm bowler, and he's just shone as his clothing glistens here. He's going to bowl to Makanya. And can you imagine how loud this crowd will be if he picks up a wicket first?
Well, I was going to say that as soon as the crowd saw Mapaka was going to bowl, they chirped up a bit. There were some cheers. Good start, tight on all stump, but nicely played by Makanya. Nicely over the bounce there.
Fortunately, the head-to-head that I would have loved to have seen is not going to come to fruition. Luandre Pretorius and Kwena Mapaka, or even Dieval Brevis, who was a superstar in his own right at under-19 level. Nevertheless, Mapaka's got a job to do here.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Vicious. That is spiteful from Kwena Mapaka. Another matric student, but his pace to burn there.
Goodness me, you saw the Lions players like a hunting pack swarm around the batter there, give him a couple of thoughts. This one just not even tickling the ribs, Ken. That's like a punch from a heavyweight boxer.
It's nasty. It's in your blind spot and it's coming up somewhere towards your head. And now the hook shot, brilliantly played by Ravana Munsami, a massive 6. It's up on the second level, just to our left here in the commentary box. What a riposte.
Well. Moonsami says, well, you hit me and try it again, youngster. What a glorious stroke. And a brilliant execution of the hook stroke. Not a common stroke all that often these days. Just come across, helped it on its way, and it sailed into the tier 2 here at the DP World Wanderers. Wry smile from the youngster to get some advice from Vian Mulder.
That was hooked from way outside off stump, so a hell of a shot by Rivaldo Munster. I mean, the umpires are going to have a word. I wonder if the
new ball,
condition of the ball maybe hit the...
Time for a haircut, no doubt. The scissors will be...
Trim, yeah, it hit the...
Or the ring to give it a test, the donut.
So hit the barriers. What do you call these things?
Advertising boards?
Yeah, well the poles that hold the advertising.
The railing.
The railing. There we go. Railing.
We'll eventually get there.
Word. Hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, they just gave it a bit of a trim.
I fancy Quentin Parker's enjoying this challenge, but he might give Luanda Pretorius a word or two after the game about, hey, why didn't you wait for me? I was, you got out too early.
That last ball, just no runs yielding from it. Didn't look all that comfortable. It's a foolish delivery from Mapaka. So, Valdo Moonsami, as you said, a bit of a homecoming for him, but very different from playing at the Diamond Oval in Kimberley. Mercifully a little bit cooler up on the high felt. Something to offer for the bowlers.
Apart from the six, which you credit the batsman's innovation for, it's been a good over by Mapaka.
Such a mature cricketer, Ken. For such a youngster, for so much inexperience, he's not a shotgun bowler at all.
Remarkable control, and I remember when Kagiso Rabada first burst on the scene from the same school, they said the same. That was bit full, and it's gone for 4, beaten third man. So 2 boundaries in the over, 6 and a 4. Moonsami will go to 16, and that's the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, just over pitch there, and a bit of a gift for Rivaldo Moonsami. Able to free his arms a little bit, and unfortunately for the DP World Lions, Cody Yusuf not able to cut that one off. So the end of 5, it's 29 for 2, 155 required to win. Cody Yusuf now will begin his spell from the golf course in. Isn't that always the case, Ken? You compliment a cricketer and then he decides, well, now let's just not get ahead of ourselves.
Perhaps he was going for the Yorker. He does have a pretty renowned Yorker, Quentin Mapaka. Here's Cody Yusuf. What a start. Lovely shape. Bit of swing. That's probably the most swing we've seen all evening.
Well, what a way to announce yourself in this game. Cody Yusuf not to be outdone by any of his bowling partners. 29 for 2 in the 6th. Moonsami on 16 from 15. Makanya 4 from 3. He's been starved of the strike a little bit since he came to the wicket, has Makanya.
Yusuf began the season not in the first choice Lions 11, but he's really bowled himself into it. Had a really good 4-day campaign, and now he's in the T20 team as well. Oh, well, Kanya did not know a huge amount about that one, but he's going to get a single behind the wicket, trying to fend it off more than anything.
Yeah, he just looked uncomfortable with the extra bit of bounce there. Just trying to keep it away from his ribs. Didn't want to be a victim of that type of delivery that got Rivaldo Moonsami in the previous over.
Cody Yusuf brings a bit of heat. He's good attacking bowler. Oh, my word. It's the no-look paddle over short fine leg. 4-6. And the one-handed catch has been put down in the crowd. But let's just watch this replay here and appreciate the ingenuity and the brilliance of Rivaldo Moonsami.
Yeah, a couple of the fans ruining that missed opportunity. Some cash to be won here, but this was all money. Goodness gracious, Moonsami. He wafted at it, didn't even look at where it had gone. Just said, I've smashed that away. And I don't think many coaches, if any, would encourage that to the youngsters. It just...
Oh, Hussein Manik does all the time, I'm sure. And that's steered to backward. But I love the way Moonsami... He's at the cutting edge of coaching, is Hussein Manik. And I love the way Moonsami, he almost like nodded his head in looking down at the ground again.
Yeah, totally intended.
After he made contact so well with the ball. How do you bowl to a batsman who plays shots like that?
Almost like, I believe it was Johnny Bairstow who hit it through his legs for 4 in one of the test matches. Pulling the handbrake up there, Cody Yusuf. This is 8 from the over, 147 to win, and the required run rate now 10.3. So it's starting to slightly climb.
Little shimmy and slashed away, but to the man on the boundary. I guess in the bowler's favour is that the chances of Moon Sammy pulling that shot off again have to be pretty slight.
Almost a swashbuckling shot that from Moon Sammy. Makanya not to be outdone with his own swashbuckling type stroke. So not as effective. 9 from the over. And 1 to come in the 6th.
Oh, nicely played by Moon Sammy. More innovation from him. Wow, he's certainly pulling off some incredible stuff here, Rivaldo Moon Sammy. And he ends the over with a boundary. It's 13 off the over, and the total is 42 for 2 at the end of the power play. So just a handful of runs behind where the Lions were at the same stage. And they had also lost 2 wickets. In fact, it was 46 for 2 at the end of the power play for the Lions. So 42 for 2 for the Titans. And Rivaldo Moon Sammy's little burst here has given them pretty much parity in the power plays.
Absolutely. It's one that they've clawed back a little after those 2 early wickets. If they keep going at this rate, they could find themselves in a far more comfortable position than the home side would like. Parker's got a fine leg out as well as third man. And the other man out is deep square and cow corner.
Makanya, he's very good behind square on your side. A very good piece of fielding there by Cody Yusuf to save the boundary. Sweetly struck by Makanya. He'll get 2, takes him to 8. He's only faced 6 deliveries, so this over may be a chance for him just to get into his innings and start to feel comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, it can be very difficult for a batsman who's starved of the strike rather. But with the experience that Makanya has, just guiding that one square on the offside.
Beauty just out of reach of Ryan Rickleton. Oh, the edge. It was bounce. It took the top edge of the bat. Just flying past Rickleton. Beautifully bowled by Quena Mapaka.
Oohs and ahs around the ground when that one was bowled. A full stretch, Ryan Rickleton trying to get to that one. And that was one that you probably argue, Ken, is too good for everybody.
Yeah. Just Makanya just got enough bat on it to make it a thick enough edge to fly past the wicketkeeper. Flashing drive now. Protection out there, so just a single. Van Buren doing the fielding. Very good fielder on the boundary. Mitchell Van Buren, very quick. Good catcher too in red ball cricket, often found in the gully or in the slips.
It's crucial for these two to just hit the gaps, look for those 1s and 2s, stabilize things. They've done well with the partnership thus far, just 36 so far.
Digs out the attempted Yorker by Mapaka. Does Moon Sammy. He's seeing it well now. And he even manages to get a single out of it.
Intelligent cricket brings up the 50 for the momentum multiply Titans. A lot of conversation here with Mapaka, Rabada, and Fortain. Seeing what the youngster is able to do. After the Titans won the toss and decided they'll have a field, the Lions clawed things back.
Again, strong on that cut shot. Tumanela Makanya, he's beaten Van Buren, and he gets 4 runs. Beautifully played.
Just marvelous timing. Not to be outdone by his partner opens the blade square of the wicket, and it just raced away to the boundary for a 4. So it's becoming a little bit expensive from Mapaka. 12 from it thus far. And he just pushed hard at it, opened the blade, beat Pavuma at backward point.
He's discovering the narrow margins between just that little bit too much width, getting it for 4. The perfect delivery, just on and about off stump, found the edge. Unfortunately, it flew just too wide of the wicketkeeper. So the margins are narrow here. And this time on the legs, just a single to deep square leg. To end the over, 7 gone. And it's 55 for 2. And while we have a change of commentary, here's some information on Fan Appreciation Day. For those lovers of cricket in KwaZulu-Natal, on Sunday, 17th of March, Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Stadium want to thank all fans for their incredible support this year with an exciting Fan Appreciation Day. Tickets are just 10 Rand for everyone, and there are loads of prizes from holiday vouchers to hampers to merchandise up for grabs for just being at the stadium. It's also a double header with the Hollywood Bets Dolphins ladies versus Southwestern Districts ladies, and followed by the Hollywood Bets Dolphins men versus the Northwest Dragons men. And it's a welcome back to Hussein Manak, who joins me.
Thank you very much, Ken. And to all our listeners and viewers out there, I think we've got a game on our hands. I'm quite enjoying the way the Titans are coming back into this game.
Made a horror start, but they fought that well. Potgieter has joined the attack and has worked for 1, maybe 2. They're thinking about a second, but quickly in there, Reza Hendricks. And Moonsami has driven at 28 off 19, but Makanya was very good in that last over from Kwena Mapaka. He's gone to 19 off 11.
I like what you said also about the youngsters coming in, and then just the margin. There's no margin for error as you step up a level, is there? A little bit of width outside of stump.
Oh, the leading edge over short third man. Goodness me, it looked like the right ball to hit through the leg side. But maybe even off the back of the bat.
Certainly the leading edge. He was trying to play this to the leg side. Looked like it was angling into him. Did it straighten? Let's have a look. I tried to whoop it. And maybe just got the hands through there a little too early. Fortunate. Over short third man and got 4 runs for it as well.
There, he's got that one properly. Badly too hard for. No. Got that one nicely out of the middle, but he nearly brought Fielder into play down at fine leg there. And it's a 50 partnership between Moonsami and Makanya off just 27 balls.
It's come up in quick time as well. Have a look at this now. I'm quite impressed with his hands. He's got quick hands, isn't he? I mean, like the hand speed is very impressive here with Moonsami. I mean, those 2 little ramp 6s he played of the fast bowlers early on, of Cody Yusuf and one of Kwena Mapaka.
Tempted hook, but a wide anyway.
Almost reminded me a little of Surya Kumar Yadav. Those 6s he played over fine leg, over the keeper's head, getting across and then ramping it up. Those innovative shots are now starting to come in, and some of those strokes we didn't even think about a few years ago, Ken.
For our own safety. Good fielding by Potgieter. But on a serious note, Hussein, I mean, the IPL obviously has an effect on everyone globally. Do you have young players coming to you and saying, I saw this shot played on the IPL, I want to try it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, for me now as a coach, what I'm working on is there's different formats. You have your T20, 50 overs, and then the longer version. And of course, the youngsters, they're looking for 2 years. It'll just be a single good work off the boundary. But when you're working on T20 skills, it's so important for batters to have options. And the more options you have, the less you're going to get pressured and bogged down, and the more difficult it is for bowlers to actually pin you down and restrict you. So if you've got options, you can flow through your innings, you can accelerate whenever you want to off the different types of bowlers. So you're finding these type of ram shots become very necessary to be able to coach youngsters now. May be called a wide, and it is. Slower bouncer attempted slower bouncer on that occasion from Potgieter. But so yeah, it's becoming very important. I think it gives you options up front. If you can play these type of ram shots up front with the fine leg up, especially with the type of field placings, gives you options, and you can flow through your innings. But batters who don't have those options find themselves under pressure, and eventually you play a big shot and get yourself out. So yeah, I think from a coaching perspective, where coaches used to teach the forward defensive, now you're teaching ram shots at a very early age.
Middle back, fine leg up. Predictably goes full, and a half save by Bavuma. It'll be a single to end the over. 70 for 2 after 8 overs. So Delano Potgieter provided a very valuable late burst with the bat to the Lions innings with 32 off 15 balls. The bowling so far hasn't gone quite as well. 13 off his first over.
The other thing to mention, Ken, is it's one thing to be able to play all these shots, but the most important thing I think for batters when you're out there in these high pressure situations is the decision making when you're out in the middle. When you play it, to what fields, what situation, and to what type of bowlers. And if you can make the correct decisions in those moments, I think you'll be a successful player. So that's so the first part is teaching the skill to the player, and then the second part is the match awareness and the cricket IQ. How do you apply and play those shots, and when do you play it? And that's the decision-making part. 14 back into the attack.
2 for 10 so far. It's going to become 2 for 11. Yeah, it has been said in the past that some batters have had too many shots in their locker, and some of the greatest batsmen ever have said one of the reasons for their success is that there were some shots they just wouldn't play. As that's going to be one more.
I remember when I was still playing, there was at that time when we just started videoing games. Gauteng Cricket at that time videoed a test match between South Africa and Australia. And in that match, there was a full day where South Africa didn't pick up a wicket. Steve Waugh got 166. Blewett got 200.
Yeah.
And I then managed to get hold of that video and I had a look at it. And Steve Waugh scored 166 and he only scored into 3 different areas. He basically played 3 scoring shots in his 166. He played a nice cover drive. He whooped anything off his pad and he played a little cut shot. That's all. Anything else he didn't play. So you're so correct in that, as you go up a level and when you play the longer version of the game, this is good use of the feet here by Rivaldo Munsami, coming down the wicket and just knocking it into that open, vacant area on the leg side. Particularly in the longer 4-day, 5-day cricket, sometimes the less shots you have, the better, the more compact you are, the tighter you are, the more consistent you become. When you play too many shots, then you got to control when you play those shots, and the decision making has to be very good.
Right shot at the right time, and it was on the bounce. Feed backward point, but maybe not the right shot there to be playing. Funny enough, Steve Waugh was one of the guys I was actually thinking about. Was he warning? Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin is just having a word to Rivaldo Munsami about stealing ground at the non-striker's end. Umpire Dennis Smith looks on and grins. Always competitive, Bjorn Fortuin. And, could there have been 2 there? There's only 1 taken in the end, so the end of a very tidy over, just 5 off it. 73 for 2 after 9 overs. And the reason I thought about Steve Waugh was because he went from being pretty much an all-rounder. He used to bat 6, bowl a bit of medium pace,
sort of averaged in the 30s. You know, his Test career was just sort of, and his ODI career were just sort of middling along. And he was actually in danger of losing his place. The Australians were getting impatient with him. And he put away the hook shot. He decided to never again play the hook shot. And I have vivid memories of the Proteas playing Australia during that time, just bouncing and hitting him, bowling at his body. And he remained firm. He would not hook. He would rather wear the ball than risk playing a hook shot. And of course, he played some famously defiant innings against the Proteas that won matches for Australia. Cody Yusuf again.
He got a very famous 200 in Jamaica, Steve Waugh. And it was a turning point in his career because Bob Simpson, who was the coach at the time, had to sit down with him and said, look, you're at a stage in your career now where, as you said, he's averaging 30s, playing a lot of loose shots, getting out in all these funny ways, and could play all these fancy shots. But if you really want to be consistent and play Test cricket for a long time, and forgive us because we're talking about Test cricket while there's a T20 game going on here, but I think we've just drifted a little. But it's a cricket conversation nonetheless, and I think that's the beauty about cricket at the moment. You've got the 3 different formats. But Steve Waugh in that Test match, as you said, decided that I'd rather look ugly and I'd rather, even if I'm not elegant and impressive and play all these beautiful strokes, but as long as I'm there and I'm batting and I'm not out, I can stay there. Even if I take a few on the body, but I'm not going to play this shot that keeps getting me out.
Oh, and that very nearly gets Moonsamy out. It's landed safely, but he was in all sorts of difficulty there as the ball once again leaping from the surface.
So, yeah, I mean, and again, we're talking about the tackiness in the pitch where the ball, that steep bounce, isn't it? I mean, you can see that ball just probably stuck a little bit in the surface and reared up at him, spat up at him.
Kanya again, he hits that cut shot so well. 4 more runs. There's a fielder at deep backward point, but he could not stop it.
He's really carved this beautifully behind point. He's hit it crisp and sweet, and that has whistled away to the boundary. There's a man on the deep point boundary, but he's got no chance. I mean, he was literally about maybe 10 meters away from there, and he didn't move because that's hit the boundary in a flash.
You could see from his reaction he knew he had no chance. But leg side, and it will just be one. But Makanya is a busy little cricketer. He's got in now. He's dangerous. He's got 29 off 20 balls. And the partnership is suddenly worth 68. And the Titans needing another 104 to win off 61 balls. So that required rate, 10.2. It'll be testing. But as we saw in the Lions innings, if you get a partnership going, then 10s is actually not that difficult.
That's well played. And that's the reason teams prefer chasing here at the Wanderers, because when you get a partnership going, it's very difficult to defend, very difficult to restrict them. And you can see what's going on at the moment. That partnership now is worth 68 or 69. 69 to be specific. And when you flow as a batter, your ball tends to come onto the bat beautifully. There's a little bit of dew. I saw earlier the ball got hit into the ground, and Fortain was trying to wipe the dew of the ball. So there is a bit of dew, which means the ball will skid onto the bat. Moonsamy and Makanya both seem to be enjoying the pace on the ball, don't they? I mean, you can see they're loving the pace. They're playing. Makanya's playing some beautiful cut shots behind point. Moonsamy is playing these little ram shots, so they're enjoying the pace, and they're using the pace as well to good effect.
Yeah, and at the same stage, at the halfway mark, the Lions were 64 for 2, so a long way behind. And it's just a little period. This is maybe the difference between the two sides now. They were pretty level pegging in the power play, but that was followed by the horror period for the Lions, where they lost 3 wickets for 8 runs in 3 overs. Whereas for the Titans, Moonsamy and Makanya have powered on to 81 for 2. You would have to say that even though the crowd rate is 10.3, advantage Titans at the moment, you say?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if Lions don't break this partnership, you feel that these two can continue, and if they take it deep, they've got a very good chance here. And particularly the quicker bowlers here, Mapaka. Rabada, of course, he's in a class of his own at the moment, just with his experience and everything he brings. But he bowled beautifully up front. But if you look at Cody Yusuf, Mapaka, they've struggled because batters have used the pace really well. And they got inside the line and the little cut shots, any width that's been offered, they've been onto it in a flash. And even Delano Potgieter. So, is this Potgieter back into the...
Yes, he's changing ends for his second over. Actually worked off the legs. Moonsamy, back they come for 2. Of course, the dew will also make it more difficult for the bowlers to control the ball. Probably take away swing as well. The seam becomes less pronounced.
Correct. And seam just gets a little bit soft. The ball skids onto the bat of the surface. And spinners sometimes battle to just grip the ball as well. Spin the ball. So, interesting times. I'm just having a look at Bjorn Fortuin. He's got a little towel in his hand. Have you noticed that? He's standing at cover now.
Van Buren at short third man as well. A towel tucked into the back of his pants. That probably would have been wide if Moonsamy had left it. He did want to reach it. He gets 1 more to his tally. Takes him to 44.
He's playing a few hockey-like shots. I wonder if he was a hockey player. It's also important for a lot of these youngsters who come through the so-called cricketing schools and to play all these other different sports like squash and hockey, because they do help your hands, hand speed, all that through the shot.
Oh, another smashing offside shot by Sibonela Makanya. Misfielded, but...
Wow, he's really crunched that one, isn't he?
He's managed to recover the fielder.
He is throwing hands at anything with a little bit of width. Either short, he's cutting it, or that one was full. He's played a crunching drive, really smoking it. And Muller, or is it Cody Yusuf, I think, on the boundary there, did a wonderful job stopping it. But
Cody
what they
Yusuf,
do, you can see sliding, and so that ball can become like a bar of soap eventually.
Potgieter again going pretty full, nice and steered. So Hussein Manak, you called it. Rivaldo Moonsamy, and this information courtesy of the South African Cricket Annual, which we hope will be published again soon. Played Northern's under 18 hockey.
There we go.
In 2013, and also played soccer. Northern's under 19 in the same year. So
yeah, I mean, you can just see with that bottom end the way he's some of the shots. Have a look at that. That's a hockey. I mean, he plays some crunching shot.
Well, full toss and dispatched.
Yeah, not a great delivery, but you can see the Lions now have got to find a way to break this partnership because Moonsamy is playing some outrageous shots. 48 of 30 he's raced to, and Makanya as well has been finding the middle of the bat more often than not. He's 32 of 22 deliveries.
I fancy it's Rabada time. They really do need a breakthrough to the Lions.
Yeah, you do feel some stage in the middle of the innings, now in the 11th over. Final ball of the 11th over, this one.
Slower, but again, punished through the offside by Rivaldo Moonsamy. That's his 50.
Wow.
He's taken just 31 deliveries. At the moment, he's playing a match-winning innings for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
He is indeed, and that is an unbelievable stroke. Unbelievable. His timing has been so good today. And the hands, just the hand speed has been very, very impressive, I must say. I watched him a while ago, but I really haven't seen him play with this much confidence and this much positivity. And you called it, Ken Boland, because you hardly finished your sentence, and it looked to me like Rabada is going to be marking his run up again. And it's so important to have that quality of bowler in your attack. You can call back, bring back in when the partnership's going, and you need to break a partnership because it's becoming important here for the Lions to try and find a way to break this partnership. It will be Rabada from the golf course end.
And Rivaldo Moonsamy, one of the 4 players this season in the South African summer across formats. He had a superb 4-day competition and he's just carried that confidence through into the T20.
He's been imperious, isn't he? I mean, like, he's just played some unbelievable strokes from the time he came in to the crease. He had a look a few balls, and he just took the bowlers on. So,
oh, that's nicely flicked by Makanya on the bounce to fine leg.
it's well done by Mapaka, because that got to him awkwardly. It was one of those awkward ones you can easily run past. It bounces funny just in front of you. Had a bit of top spin on it as well. So the dew is also not going to make it easy for the fielders out there now.
Too far down leg from Rabada, just a single there. To one of his boundary fielders, deep square leg. He's got the fine leg, but Parker, we mentioned, third man, and deep point.
So Rabada will leave after this game, I suspect.
Yes. Leaving on
for the
Saturday,
IPL.
apparently. So, oh, well, that is tomorrow, yes. And a 1.
Very well bowled. And also, I mean, the change of pace is important, because you can see especially when batters are enjoying the pace and the ball coming onto the bat. So important to have that change of pace, whether it's an off cutter, back of the hand, different types of deliveries, just to be able to slow it down, because you don't want to become too predictable and make it easy where the ball just slides onto the bat.
You could see Makanya wanting to go big, and he just realized the ball just wasn't there. Adapted well, got a 1 out of it.
So they're playing it smart here, the Titans batters, and I'm pretty sure they've had a look or had a discussion. Rabada's bowling his third over. What they must have said to themselves is, let's just take Rabada for a runner ball. Fielders are all out. We're just knocking for a runner ball, low risk cricket against Rabada, and we can go after the rest, because other bowlers, with the greatest respect to them, and of course, they're not going to be as efficient and as consistent as a Kagiso Rabada. So they're going to try and not see him off. Oh, there we go. Rabada gets the wicket. That's the one. And he's got the big wicket. He's broken the partnership. Exactly what the doctor ordered for the Lions.
Uncanny, isn't it? It wasn't really a wicket-taking delivery, but perhaps just the aura, the reputation of Kagiso Rabada turned it into one. And Simonela Makanya, understandably, hitting his pads in frustration, because he's just clipped that half volley on leg stump straight to mid-wicket.
I mean, the other thing that Rabada does well, compared to the other bowlers, it was into the pads, just a touch, and he could have really hit this anywhere on the leg side, and he's clipped it straight to, is that 410?
Mitchell van Buren.
Richard van Buren at mid-wicket. So, partnership's broken. Makanya goes for 34 of 24. And 101 for 3 now, the Titans.
Moonsami's still there, of course. And he has a wise old head coming to join him in Neil Brunt. I fancy Neil Brunt will be comfortable taking ones and giving Moonsami the strike while he gets in. Should be the wise way to go about things.
Makanya will be disappointed, won't he? He was batting really well. I really thought he was playing beautifully. He was hitting everything, looked like it was coming out the middle. His timing was superb. And just the head perhaps fell over a little bit to the offside, and Chip got the bottom man in there a little early. Ball went up into the air. Slightly aerial, and it was a good catch as well. So it was exactly the wicket that they needed. Now, to complicate matters a little more, there's Neil Brunt, a left-hander, which means that bowlers are going to have to adjust their lines.
Oh, Rabada falls him a beauty first up. That's brilliantly bowled. Kagiso Rabada has done the job. He's made the breakthrough. He's ended a really important...
And he's also just bowled a 4-run over. That over's just gone for 4 runs when the required run rate's 10 and over. So that's a wonderful over from Rabada.
So the partnership of 89 broken. And the problem for the Titans, maybe not so much a problem as a slight concern, is that Neil Brunt is the last of the specialist batsmen. After this, we have the all-rounders, Khalim and Bosch. And then the bowlers who can bat a bit, Pangiso, Dala, Lazard Williams. But Quentin Mapaka is back with 83 more runs needed to win off 8 overs. The Yuxke Derby certainly delivering. It's been an exciting evening and it promises to be a great finish, doesn't it, Hussein?
Yeah, I think we're heading for a wonderful finish. It's going to be exciting. Don't leave your seats. Keep your... if you are going to make a cup of coffee or rushing to the toilet, be quick because there's a lot happening. It's a runner ball. There's an event. Every ball is an event here.
Good start by Mapaka. I thought Ravi Shastri had stopped people going to the toilet during cricket matches. Hussein. But we'll steer clear of that on live broadcast.
So Munsami, can he do the job here? I mean, it's also now, there's a little more pressure on him now that Makanya's out, that he needs to try and bat through, right? So let's have a look how he approaches it from, ooh, okay, that is a full toss. Now, was it full enough to be called a no ball or not?
I think Abbas Smith is saying it was too low to be called dangerous. He kind of signalled thigh level. Munsami obviously lost sight of it a bit, judging by his reaction. And I think life is just going to carry on. There's not going to be any warning or anything. Nicely played that by Munsami, just the one. 56, 36 for him. And yes, you're saying he needs to finish the job, yeah. He needs to take responsibility.
I think somehow if he can find a way to just bat through.
Yeah.
Get to the 18th, 19th over at least. And you know, the batters at the other end are going to have to try and see if they can make sure that they don't put him under pressure by playing too many dot balls. They're going to have to find a way to keep the scoreboard ticking at the other end, even if it's ones, but the odd boundary every now and then. But they got to take the pressure off Munsami, which allows him to bat through the innings.
This is uncharted territory for Rivaldo Munsami at this level. It's his previous high score in this competition was 35. Oh, Mapaka again. Full toss and down leg wide. So losing a bit of control here, perhaps the damp ball. But yeah, so Munsami has never played this sort of innings before at this level. And now we're also burdening him with the responsibility of winning the match.
Well, Khalim can certainly bat, and so can Corbin Bosch, but they're more bowling all-rounders.
Nicely hooked by Neil Brunt. And through the fielder, Cody Yusuf.
He's in the wars out there at the moment. Diving, sliding. Have a look at his pants.
Ball whizzing off the damn turf. Yeah.
Good effort from him. But he's hit this well. He's really hit this beautifully. Good control as well. He knows there's a man back on the hook. So he wants to he rolls his wrist and controls it very, very well. All along the ground. And as that ball races along the turf as well, it's picking up the dew, right?
Yeah.
Getting wet and slippery.
That's better by Mapaka, but they'll still get a one out of it. So this game not quite in the throes at the death. We've got one ball left in the 13th over, but one just feels it's still a very, very important stage of the game. A critical juncture.
7 runs of this over. So far, 1 ball remaining.
Oh, the Chinese cut between his legs. It's a good ball by Parker, but it's going to concede 2 to end the over. 108 for 3. You mentioned Dayan Khalim is batting. Well, he thrashed 32 off 15 balls or so in midweek against the Warriors. which really shifted the game the Titans way, but then got out, and then there was a clatter of wickets, and the Titans ended up losing that game by 2 runs. So they'll be very eager not to make the same mistake again, 2 games in a row. And there you can see what's gone before. A bad start by the Titans. Josh van Heerden was chapped LBW first ball by Bjorn Fortuin, who then added the wicket of Luandre Pretorius, called it short third man for 9. Fortuin, he's been outstanding. 3 overs, 2 for 15. Rabada just came back to break a big partnership, 3 overs, 1 for 11. The other 3 bowlers, it's been a bit of a struggle for them. And Vian Mulder, who has not been fit to bowl for the last few weeks due to a severely bruised foot, he is clearly fit again to bowl. Here he comes for the first time in this match. Tidy start. He has a deep square leg, a man at cow corner, a man at long on. There's a third man in base and a deep point as well. So easy ones through the leg side for Neil Brunt. He pulls airily, but it will just be a 1.
It dropped slightly short, and he's just trying to kind of just control it into the area. He didn't try and do too much. He knows there's, as you pointed out, 2 men back on that boundary, deep square leg and deep mid wicket. Unless he has a full go, he can go right over the top, but there's always a risk there of the top edge.
For the well-set Rivaldo Moonsamy, we have much the same field. Tickled to that fine leg. .72 needed off 39 balls by the Titans. Run rate required up to 11.1. They won't want to let it get to 12. So it's important that Neil Brunt gets going as quickly as possible. He's on 6. Oh, drop short.
So our bowl by Mulder, I think that was maybe a little bit of an off-cutter, because you can see the edge didn't even carry through to Rickleton. Dropped well in front of him. So Mulder, you can see the experience coming through, mixing his pace up, bowling in decent areas.
Yeah,
Not too full, no half volleys. He's just landing back of a length.
good change of pace. It's like he's got a fairly simple plan, but he knows he can execute it. And it's working well so far. They're going to take on Bavuma. Safely home. Well run.
So Rabada doing something very similar to what Mulder's doing, although Rabada it's a higher pace, but they're just landing back of a length, good areas, bowling nice and straight, not too much width outside off stump, and it's really the value of experience, isn't it? You can see that line, top of off, back of a length.
I don't think it's
They'll
that.
take a risk if they want to do something.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy to hit on the up here, is it? Just worked again by Moonsamy. They'll be thinking 2 because it's in between the 2 fielders. And a comfortable 2 runs to end the over. Moonsamy goes to 61 off 39, and the total is 115 for 3 after 14 overs.
Thank you very much, Ken. So Ken's going to leave us, and here's some information on Fan Appreciation Day. On Sunday, 17th March, Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Stadium. Want to thank all fans for the incredible support this year with an exciting Fan Appreciation Day. Tickets are just 10 rand for everyone, and there are loads of prizes from holiday vouchers to hampers to merchandise up for grabs. But just being at the stadium, it's also a double header with the Hollywood Bets ladies versus SWD ladies and Hollywood Bets Dolphins men versus North West Dragons men. How are you doing, David?
Yeah, a little bit nervous for both sides because this game could go either direction. A couple of wickets here could prove deadly for the momentum multiply Titans, but a flurry of boundaries would put them in the ascendancy here. So the captain bringing himself back on from the caller drive in. Seems a little bit too comfortable here at the moment, Hussein. They're all too happy with these Titans batters just rotating the strike comfortably. I don't really see any sort of plan to put some pressure on these batters.
Well, the thing is, the quiet run rate's 11.7, so I can see why Lions are okay with the singles. It's the boundaries really that are going to hurt them. I think that the Titans want to be careful here because if that run rate goes beyond 12 and gets to 13, it then becomes very difficult to pull back.
Sweep shot, it's gone high all the way. It'll go over the square leg boundary for 6. Lovely, lovely, lovely timing there. And Rivaldo Moonsamy is having an absolute blast out there.
Yeah, he's playing some wonderful shots. It really is. He's got inside the line, very deliberate, and he's hit this with quick hands. Bottom hand, have a look at the bottom hand. He's got across, and he's played this from the stumps. Wonderful shot. Very deliberate, very clear-minded. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's really playing a wonderful inning. 67 now on 40 deliveries.
Loud shout. They were almost certain of it.
Oh, that's not a bad shout, I'll tell you that much. Although it may just have been sliding or maybe glove, I don't know.
Yeah, he's
either way,
this.
Fortain is standing and he's asking a few questions.
The double teapot there from the Lions captain. Maybe just taking a tickle where Moonsamy was dusting off his bat. Let me look at this again. Oh boy. Almost looked gone for all money. Umpire says not out. He'll have to try again. Tries to give himself room and he's very upset. Emotional type player is Rivaldo Moonsamy. We saw with the dismissal of Sibonelo Makanya that he almost looked as if he was the one who was out. He was so distraught with things falling apart the way that they did. 2 dots here. 3 in a row here. Would there be something in the offing here before the end of the over?
He's going to stay calm here. I think it's important. I was just chatting to Ken earlier and saying it's so important that he's the batter in now. He's got to bat through. Find a way to take it through by just knocking it around. He got a 6 of that first delivery, and then what he really should be doing now is just knocking it around, getting 1s and 2s, maybe the odd boundary if it presents itself. That's straight to the field. It's a quick single, and Brunt will get in.
Van Buren will probably be disappointed with himself. He's a much better fielder than that, and a handy way to end the over. 15 gone, 1, 2, 3 for 361 more required. Moonsamy on 68 from 44. Brunt 8 from 8, and almost the perfect foil is Brunt for Moonsamy because he's the kind of guy that you can bat around, and as they look at the scorecard, they'll be kind of having a discussion. How do you want to go about the final 5 overs?
I think it's also important at the moment, David, that yes, they're looking for boundaries, but in between the boundaries, it should be as few dot balls as possible. So they just need to make sure they keep it ticking. You know, and the other thing that can work in their favor is the left-right-hand at the crease. And every time they get a single, field changes, fielders have to move around, bowlers have to change their lines. So it's and because you've got a long, short boundary on one side and the other, it complicates things for the bowling side. So it's very important that they keep the singles ticking as well in between those boundary balls.
Bit of dancing there. He manages to tickle it down to fine leg there. Going to need more than that.
I also just feel that at the moment, I mean, the run rate's just sneaked above 12 now. So that's where it's starting to put a little bit of pressure. You can feel now on Moonsamy, who's out there. And he will feel now they need a few boundaries. Probably need at least a boundary and over at this stage. And they're trying to see if they can get that boundary early in the over if possible.
Such a crucial fixture for both sides, especially so for the home side. They play the undefeated Western Province on Sunday. Just hammered away onto the onside. There's protection out there in the form of Fortain. And so with the run of form that the Western Province side have had, World Sports Betting and Western Province, this Lions team will want to not come into that game with 2 losses, but rather have the momentum of the victory this evening. But it's going to take some serious effort. 59 from 28. This game is in the balance. It's going to take, as you said, Moonsami batting right the way through to the end of the game. Down the wicket, he's wafted at it. But single, and a dot means that Mulder in the ascendancy in this over and putting pressure on Moonsami. Trying to force the
I
issue.
really feel the previous delivery, I think Brunt should have been looking to do a lot more because he's hitting to the shorter boundary. I think if Brunt walks across his stumps and tried to go over the mid-wicket boundary, he could have been, it's easier for him the way the field is at the moment at that end. And I think he should have been looking to do more of that end. And perhaps maybe that's a discussion they need to have between the two of them.
Gives himself room. Up and over the top. There's no one there. And that'll race away to the boundary for 4. So the boundary was needed. And he got it in the end. That's 129 now for 3.
Yeah, that's a nice little uppercut. Just slightly short of length. What Mulder's doing well here, and although, yes, they got a 4 of that, is he's not giving them that skiddy pace to work with, which, saw Makanya as well as Moonsami enjoys that pace. They love the skiddiness and the ball sliding onto the bat. But Mulder's not giving them that much pace to work with. He's just bowling, and he just erred there, a little short, and maybe a bit of width. Get back, bowl nice and straight.
Oh, goodness
Wow.
me. That's an incredible stroke. Just helped it's on its way. It's almost like a standing scoop, and that's gone all the way for 6.
I tell you what, he's played some outrageous shots. Really has. I mean, I've seen 2 early on, those little almost Surya Kumar Yadav shots, ramps over of the quick bowlers, and have a look at this one. This is unusual. Now he's gone almost a reverse little ramp. He's gone deliberately over third man. He's it looks like he's playing that over fine leg, but he's then gone deliberately inside out and played that over third man. I can honestly say I haven't seen that shot being played before. That's an unusual, outrageous shot.
Absolutely.
But he's played it to perfection. Beautifully played.
Maybe a bit of concern for the DP World Lions as Temba Bavuma jogs across to offer his thoughts. A shortage of experience in this Lions change room, but they've got to do something with it. They cannot allow an over that started so well to run away from them as it has. 12 from the over thus far and still 1 ball to come. Batting outside leg stump. Hits this one into the covers. There's protection out there. So a single to end the over. 13 from it. 16 gone. 135 for 3.
It's a good over there for the Titans. They got their 12. And they can score around about 10s to 12s every over, which is not very difficult. I mean, to score 10s these days isn't that difficult, is it? I mean, with T20 cricket, and we've seen type of strokes that batters play, and especially the way Moonsam is playing at the moment, you feel that if he takes it all the way through, they're going to have a good chance. I think Brunt's going to have to start also just picking it up a little bit. He'll be looking to get a touch more aggressive, just to help Moonsami out so there's not too much pressure on him, because you don't want him playing a loose shot and getting out of desperation.
Absolutely. Yusuf will change ends and he'll come from the court drive in. He's got 2 overs, Potgieter with 2, Mulder with 2, and 1 each for Mapaka and Rabada. So the last 4 here are going to be interesting juggle for Bjorn Fortuin, for him to decide who bowls which over. 16th and the 16 gone rather, and the 18th and 20th probably very crucial for these decisions. And that one will be wide. Looks at the umpires to say, where did you get that one from? But umpire Dennis Smith, fully right there.
And again, I think at the moment, where Moonsam is batting, the end he's batting at, the scoreboard's on his left-hand side. He's looking to try and score on the leg side as much as he possibly can. So he's going to try and walk across his stumps. He's a strong bottom-ended player. He can get it over the leg side boundary and use the pace of Yusuf, who's quite quick and skiddy. He will do that. There's a field change on the offside. Parker, who's at third man, coming up into the circle, into a short third man, and then Bavuma's gone back to deep backward point on the boundary.
Slashed away, toe end of the bat, but it'll go all the way. over. And no real problem for Munsami. Stretched at that one a little bit, got the toe end of it, but these bats these days are too good.
Tell you, he's playing a blind of an innings. I mean, this was wide outside off stump, and he's played this strong, almost bottom-handed shot. The mixture of a baseball and a hockey shot. He's got down on one knee, and he's hit this beautifully over extra cover for 6. He has played some absolutely remarkable strokes tonight. He really has.
If the option of a couple more cutters, slow balls, really try and mix up the pace here would just give the Lions some advantage here, because it feels like they just seem to be serving up everything that he wants. Comes across his stumps, and that'll be wide after a bit of a leering look there from umpire Dennis Smith. Really pushing the margin there is Cody Yusuf.
And Yusuf's pushed this as wide as he possibly can. Now he's having a chat with Dennis Smith, and what he's saying to him is that Munsami is walking across his stumps, he's moving early, and therefore surely that wide line moves as well. And he's got a point, but there's only that wide. You can't also go too wide. So I think he's just got it a little too wide on that occasion.
Oh, just an inside edge there. Nearly chopped it onto his stumps, and they'll scamper through for a single. And there's overthrows as well. Rickleton just having a shy at the non-striker's end. They were able to sneak through. So 2 runs there, and one of them bonus. Van der Dussen just maybe asking for a little bit of calm.
Both sides need to be calm. Out in the middle, the batters need to keep their heads and stay nice and calm, particularly Munsami. He's the man that can win the game here for the Titans. Well, Brunt as well. Brunt's quality player. But the bowlers, they keep extremely calm and composed here.
Comes across his stumps. Chips it up in there. There's a man under it. And he takes the catch. Vian Mulder. Looked a little bit awkward. Fanciful shot from Munsami. And he's lived by the sword. And now he dies. He's gone for 86. And the timing of that wicket couldn't have been better for the home side.
That's exactly what the Lions needed. And they needed the wicket of Munsami. It was so important for the Titans that he takes it through. But nonetheless, that is a remarkable innings. Really a brilliant innings of 86 of 50 deliveries. Eventually, gets caught on that mid-wicket boundary, the bowling of Cody Yusuf.
It was much needed for the home side. Tried to play a bit of an innovative stroke, did Rivaldo Munsami. And credit to him, his previous highest score in this competition being that of 35 in the last season. But this is something that he won't easily forget. A little bit frustrated perhaps not to get the last 14 to get to his 3 figures, but nevertheless a vital innings for his side. And he's gone for 88 from 52 deliveries, only 46 for 4. And that means Dayan Khalim in his 40th match comes out to bat. Not much with the bat, but certainly his strike rate is very healthy, 120.5.
Yeah, he can certainly hit a long ball as well. So there's 2 batters here who got long levers, can hit the ball a long way. They're going to have to try and finish this for the Titans. But the Lions are right back in this game, especially after that wicket of Munsami, who was batting quite beautifully.
With the new man at the crease, they've just changed the field. Long on, long off, or out square in the ring. There's protection in the covers and that deep backward point for that ram shot. Cody Yusuf just having a look around the field, maybe seeing where he's got to get his men right. As you said, there's not much time to get going for him. He's got to see the ball 1 or 2 and then keep going, because that run rate just under 11. He's going to go first ball. That'll be on the bounce to the man out there in the deep, and some teamwork there means that they keep it to 2. Great bit of work there in the deep from Mitchell van Buren. No, strange over from Yusuf. 2 wides and a wicket, and a 6 as well, and the 2. So we've had almost everything. We just need a 4.
And there's still 3 balls remaining. It's a long over with those 3 wides. 10.9 is the required run rate. They need 36 of 20 deliveries. The Titans.
This time, umpire Dennis Smith not at all interested in that. Khalim maybe just giving him the side eye there. We saw 2 balls left. Good gracious, this is an extensive over from Cody Yusuf. But if he picks up another wicket here, would you think that it will be acceptable to his skipper? Maybe something against the run of play, you never know.
Yeah, wicket.
In the air, that's chipped. There's a man coming in, but it'll fall short of him. And just the one for them. So with 1 ball to go. Oh, no, overbowled. Mercifully, we've come to the end of the 17th. 1 run short at 150. It's 149 for 4. So the final 3 overs, 37 runs to win. This game could go either direction, Hussein.
Absolutely. Now, caption says 37. The scoreboard saying 35. It may just be 35. That will probably turn over. It says 38 now.
Well, Conor Mapaka will be bowling from the golf course end. He's changing ends. But wonder what the plan will be here from the youngster. What do you expect from him? He's got mid off in the ring, mid or long on, and then there's protection on the leg side.
Well, the one thing he's got to do here, I mean, if he bowls into the pad of Khalim's on strike, I thought Brunt was on strike, but Khalim's on strike. So isn't you better? I mean, he's just got to make sure he bowls hard lengths. He doesn't bowl too full because he could disappear. Khalim will swing and swing hard. Short boundary on the offside. He's going to bowl straight lines, not too much width.
Oh, and that's wayward from the youngster up front.
I struggled a little today, hasn't he? I mean, he's been reasonably expensive as well, because I'm looking at his figures. Will come up quite soon.
Yeah, just bringing up the 150 there for the Titans, coming off 108 deliveries, 11 fours and 6 sixes.
It's not easy with that wet ball. There's a lot of dew around as well. He's staying around the wicket. I like the around the wicket angle because it's going to cramp the right-handed better, so that makes a lot of sense.
It's 0 for 35 and possibly 36 here. Thought about the second, but Brunt not really interested in that one. So 0 for 35 thus far in 3.2. And extras, good gracious, so 8 now. But not nearly as bad as the Titans. And that's something they'll want to rectify before their next game. We just mentioned that their next game will be, well, the Lions' next game will be against the Western Province side here on Sunday. The Titans take on the Dolphins at home on Wednesday. Game kicking off at 6 p.m. Good delivery and a good response there to get behind that one. Right exactly where it needed to be, on the money. $151 now for one more wicket here, and the Lions would feel like they're into the tail, arguably, with respect to Bosch and Pangi. So no mugs with the bat, but if they do pick up 2, it might be the music for the... No! Just a waft at it, and he's remonstrating with umpire Sudumo. How's that not wide?
I must say, I just don't feel like Brunt has come out with the proper intent. I think he's looked to just knock the ball around early on, and I think he had opportunities, particularly at the end he's batting now. If he walks across his stumps and tries to open up the leg side, I think he can get good value. He needs to be a little more aggressive.
Pitched up there, and he'll just get one for that one, quick one.
And the Lions won't mind that. I mean, the singles are not going to hurt them at the moment. It's really the boundaries that they're trying to defend. And at the moment, that's a good cricket shot, but not at this stage of the innings where you need 12 and over. You need to try and do a little more, you feel, as the batter who's in.
Especially with 6 wickets in the shed. Can't die wondering. So 13.7 the current required rate, and although they're not that far from DLS par, but at the end of this over it would just skyrocket. Chipped up, there's a man there in the deep. Is he going to be under it? Solid hands there, Reza Hendricks, and Mapaka finally gets a breakthrough. He tried to clear the man at long on, didn't quite have the timing and power.
That's well bowled. He didn't offer worth. He bowled nice and straight into the pads. And all Khalim could do was try and open the front leg, or clear the front leg, and try and hit it through the leg side. And hit it straight down the throat of Reza Hendricks at long on, who's safe as houses most of the time. So Corbin Bosch walks to the crease, but that's the end of Khalim. 151 for 4. Was it 5 down now? 152 for 5, pardon me.
Absolutely, it's been Fortain, Yusuf, Rabada, and now finally Mapaka joins the mix. You said Corbin Bosch coming to the wicket, no mug with the bat, but does he have what it takes to get this Titan side over the line? I've seen the bowling all-rounders do the magic for teams. Can he do it this evening? It's a lovely delivery from Mapaka. They're going to look for 2 here. They're going to settle for 2. Hendricks with a shy at this non-striker's end, but doesn't get the direct hit it so desperately needed. So that is the end of Mapaka's over. 18 gone, 154 for 5.
Good running there from Brunt coming back for the second.
Required run rates now 15 with just 30 required. So Rabada to bowl the penultimate over, maybe? No, Cody Yusuf will bowl the penultimate over. Just a bit of a dummy throw there from the DP World Lions. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 34. So like Mapaka has been slightly expensive, but it was the wicket in the previous over that seems to have turned the tide here for the home side. Just having a look around at the field. Just a fine leg in the ring on the onside. He's going to come around the wickets to Brunt. Yusuf to begin his last over. And they're just happy to just bunt it to the edge of the ring for 1. And force them to play on the offside with that field up. Now we change. New man at the crease, Corbin Bosch. What's the plan here? He's got a swing. 29 required from 11 deliveries. It's the opposite of what they would have hoped for. Bosch has got to find a way through this field. Find a way to get his side within striking distance in the last over. Oh, when he gave that a fearsome whack, but no connection there means that the Lions are smiling at the moment. 2 dots in a row.
I think since Munsami's wicket, I've just battled to get boundaries. I think the boundaries just kept the momentum going in their favor, the Titans, throughout that period.
Wow, that's a bit of a friendly gift there from Cody Yusuf. It's a wide, and they've gone through for the single. Bonus runs. He's going to continue to come around the wicket to Brunt. And I think the frustration for the momentum multiplier Titans is that, as you said, Brunt has not really taken over the mantle of aggressor when Munsami's wicket fell. Oh,
there's a good shot.
Lovely stroke. No ball, and it'll be a boundary, so expensive in the last 2 deliveries. And now we have a free hit as well.
Now here's a wonderful opportunity for Brunt to just change gears. And if he can switch into a higher gear here and switch it on, maybe use this opportunity of a free hit, try and catapult his innings, take advantage. Can he maximize this?
Helped it on its way.
Yes, he
over
can.
to square. What a stroke. And valiant attempt there in the crowd to take the catch. They wanted some prize money and ruining a missed opportunity. They come so rarely. It's such a big stadium.
He's taking a hiding there. He's getting reprimanded. How could you drop that? Everybody's on his case. Oh, he's not going to hear the end of that. So suddenly, could this over and that no ball and then the 6, could this have just changed the momentum slightly in the Titans' favour?
Possibly. I think he might owe his friends a couple of cool drinks after that drop chance.
So 16 to win of 8.
So suddenly this calculation has, as you said, shifted. It's the beauty of this game of cricket. Now Yusuf having to find something with 3 to go in the over. It's gone high in the air. There's a man under it. Is he going to take it? Yes, he has! Temba Bavuma, safe as houses. Cool, calm and collected. Cody Yusuf getting the wicket when needed. And it was the man who had started to accelerate a little bit. He's gone for 21. And the Titans with just 16 to win from 7.
It's a long boundary, and I tell you what, Brunt as well as Corbin Bosch are looking at the umpire. They're waiting for the no ball. They suspect it may have been above waist height. Was it? This may tell us. Oh, it was tight. It was close. I think it was pretty marginal. It may just have been below, but I thought for a second as he hit that was going to land in the stands. But it's a long boundary out there. That's the longest of the boundaries. But Bavuma, when he got under it, you just felt that he was not going to drop that for anything.
Safe pair of hands. And Neil Brunt is now having to trundle away from the game. So nearly could have gotten his side over the line. And as I said, he's gone for 21 from 16. Aaron Pangiso, a man who won many games for the Lions over the years, now having to do the business for the Yukske rivals. Isn't this just the brilliance of these two sides when they come together? They really fight, don't they? They just don't want to give an inch to one another.
Seven balls remaining. 16 to win. Is this going down to the last few deliveries?
Comes across and nearly takes a knock on the noggin. Does Pangiso, trying to be innovative, and that's the end of Yusuf's time with ball in hand. Ball 4 overs, 2 for 48, a little bit expensive, but wickets when the Lions needed it. It's 19 gone, 168 for 6, 16 required from the final over.
Yeah, and I think what makes it even more difficult for the Titans now is that the man who's going to bowl the final over is Kagiso Rabada, who's been absolutely brilliant today.
And this is a good opportunity for Kagiso Rabada before heading to the subcontinent for him to decide his combination of deliveries here, because just as well as in those games, those pressure moments, he needs to be able to come to the fore, and especially for the South African side, if the opportunity presents itself at the World Cup later this year in the Caribbean and the United States of America. He begins the last over, and with a wide, and they'll get through for a single as well. So not the most ideal way to go. He's got 6 more to bowl and there's 14 required.
So what can the Titans keeper do here? He's not of 1. 14 is very much within reach. It's not impossible, this target. There's a short boundary on his offside. Pangiso. Can he go inside out, back away? Try and see if he can carve one of the offside.
So It's like a you miss, I hit situation. He does back away to the onside. There's a call for 2 from the crowd, and they'll get through for 2. So 12 is the number required from 5 deliveries.
I think that's his best bet for a boundary because Finding's back, and if Finding was up, I think he'd be maybe trying that ramp, which he tried in the last ball of the previous over. If he can back away, and even a thick outside edge will fly over that third man area, and he's got to swing hard. He connects it cleanly or not, but if he hits it hard enough, it's going to clear the ring on the offside. There's 5 men on the offside, all in the circle.
Oh, full toss. That's gone up and nearly taken a brilliant catch, but Cody Youssef out there deep backward square, letting that one go for a boundary. That'll go for 4. Almost seemed unsighted there, did Cody Youssef. And it's been wayward from Rabada, which is surprising.
That's right, that's a full toss. And again, also marginal as far as no ball for height. Oh, it's bounced just in front. That for a moment I thought that may have been a 6, but it's landed just in front. Now this opens things up because they now need 8 runs or 4 deliveries.
They're going to run this one hard. This is going down to long on. Big throw here from Hendricks. He would need a direct throw from that far out. So they get through for 2. Unnecessarily close, you'd argue, if you were a Lions fan.
Wow, 3 of 6. 6 of 3, pardon me. And I didn't think it was going to get this close and over 2 ago.
You almost thought that the game was dead and buried.
Absolutely.
2 runs a ball will get them here, and all they need to do is just knock it into the onside.
Now this is a good idea, what they're doing at the moment. Very good idea. Don't panic, don't rush, take your time. Take a breather. They've been sprinting between wickets. Calm down, keep a clear mind.
Another full toss. This will go down the ground. There's a chase on here. They'll get one. It's awareness from Reza Hendricks to make sure he got off the mark. So, this is stressful for both sides. 5 from 2.
I just wondered if Bosch should have been coming back for that second. He should have been sprinting back for the second, I think. Although Hendricks was very quick off the boundary. But let's see, Bosch. It's in your hands now. Still got the same field. Still 5 on the offside. Everybody up there.
What kind of delivery are you expecting here from Kagiso Rabada?
He's going to go into. He's going to go.
Yorker?
Either, he's going to go Yorker into the pads. He's got to go Yorker into the pads because all the men on the boundary are on the leg side. There's nobody on the offside, so he's got to go Yorker, but he's got to fight in very straight, no width. And if I were Bosch now, I'd be backing away, get outside my leg stump, and look to go carve this over the offside somewhere.
Straight, he's whipped it away onto the onside. They're running hard here. They'll get 2. Clean up a bit of work there in the deep. So the requirement is 3 to win. So there's going to be some hard running here, maybe some hard backing up. 2 could see us in a super over, Hussein.
2 for a tie.
Oh, goodness.
Kagiso taking his time as you encouraged him to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take your time because you may need to sprint 3 here at some stage. Take your time, relax. Don't rush it. I know the umpires will rush you, but take your time. Fortuin is having a little chat with his bowler now. Umpires telling him to get on with it.
And the last thing you want here would be an extra if you are a DP World Lions fan. So let's have a look at where they go with the field. There was 5 on the offside.
Rabada's getting even 1 more across to the leg side, so he's only got 4 on the offside now. 5 fielders on the leg side.
He's asking to take his pads off. I think there's the signal from umpire Sdumo. Maybe just querying whether he's actually allowed to do it. And I think umpire Dennis Smith said, no, we won't have that. You must run with your full kit. Here we go. Last ball. Switch hit. Attempted. They get through for one, and the DP World Lions have won a game that at one point could have been a famous victory for the opposition. Kagiso Rabada with the delivery that was so needed for the moment. High fives all around from the home side, and a vital win for them here at home against their fiercest rivals.
What a game we've seen here tonight at the DP World Wanderers. A fantastic game of cricket, and what an advertisement for cricket as well. I tell you, after this game, if you live in the Joburg area, you've got to get down to come and watch the next Lion game here at the Wanderers, because we saw some wonderful cricket here today. In the end, it was Rabada who finished the job for the DP World Lions, winning the game, just marginal right in the end, and I didn't think it was going to go down to the last ball, but it absolutely did. And what a finish we had.
Absolute thriller of a game, and after the Momentum Multiply Titans won the toss, they decided they'll have a field, and they were on top of the home side early with soft dismissals from the DP World Lions, but it was that crucial partnership between Vian Mulder and Mitchell van Buren, and then the late cameo by Delano Potgieter to steady the ship for the home side. And the bowling for the Titans, Lazard Williams 2 for 20 in his 4, and Aaron Pangiso 1 for 22 in his 4, really showing that experience from the left arm spinner. And then in reply, it was all Rivaldo Moonsamy as he got his career best in CSA T20 with 88 from 52. Sibinela Makanya 34 from 25, but it was the vital wicket of Moonsamy by Cody Yusuf that shifted this game. And contributions as well from Fortain, 2 for 23 from his 4. Rabada with 1 for 24 from his 4. And Quinama Parker having to learn some difficult lessons as he was a little bit expensive today. 1 for 37 from his 4. So in the end, the DP World Lions winning by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, good cricket. And I'm glad I was here, David, because this is we saw some remarkable stroke play. We saw some good bowling and some poor bowling. But all in all, made just for a wonderful game of cricket. And entertaining stuff as well. But Titans will certainly, I can tell you, walk away here tonight thinking, firstly, right at the beginning, we should have won this game easily. We had Lions on the racks, and then we allowed the game to slip. Then coming back into the second innings, we got into the game, we were winning the game, and then we let it slip, and then we got back somehow right in the last over, and I just felt right at the end there, I could see Aaron Pangiso having a chat with Corbin Bosch, saying like, did you have to go for the reverse sweep? Maybe try this or try that. But in the end, it comes down to margins, small margins, and you can go back over the whole entire 40 overs and go like, if one player did this or that slightly differently, could we have had a different result? Absolutely. But it was just a wonderful game of cricket.
Absolutely, and don't forget that this Sunday 2 p.m. at the DP World Wanderers, the Lions will host the World Sports Bets Western Province side. Don't forget as well, you can win big and stand a chance to rub shoulders with Cricket South Africa's greatest, as you can win an all expenses paid trip to the CSA Awards at the end of the season. Just post a snap or reel of you attending any of the CSA T20 Challenge games. Tag at official CSA domestic leagues. Use the hashtag CSA T20 Challenge or hashtag Waza Nawe, and you could be going to a paid VIP experience. So a great opportunity for you to be part of the mix there. The Titans, their next game is on Wednesday at home against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. That's at 6 p.m. So don't forget to get your tickets. But most importantly, like and subscribe to the SuperSport YouTube channel so that you know when we're going live for Sunday's fixture. 2 p.m. here in Johannesburg. And final thoughts from Hussein Manak.
I mean, it says it all at the bottom there. The last line of the caption, DP World Lions win by 1 run. And that's how close this game was at the end. But it was a bit of a roller coaster, wasn't it? It was to and fro, ebbs and flows, and just some riveting cricket. all in all, wonderful advertisement for T20 cricket, and this T20 challenge is alive. But it was a big game, I thought, for both teams. Both teams in the Lions just marginally came out on top. So good cricket, and well done to them.
Shows how close these two sides are in terms of performance. So from all of us here at the DP World Wanderers, my name is David Midgley. Alongside me was Hussein Monak and Ken Borland. Thank you to our production team as well. And we'll see you on Sunday, 2 p.m. for the next fixture. Have a good evening.